present along with the defendant. Are there any matters to discuss before we voir dire the doctor?
Your Honor, we do have another issue related to Dr. Zivot that we need to address with the court. I don't know if you prefer to do this in court or in chambers.
What's the issue?
We would ask to do it in chambers if this.
Okay. Let's go back.
Right. Right.
This is right here.
Yeah. No, mine's dirty, this is clean.
Yeah.
Or you can leave it there. Jaime, did you search for that answer? We discussed.
Which one?
Part of it.
I know the answer. It's what I told you.
one? Would you like one?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, I'm gonna grab it back. I was gonna say,
send you the questions, but yes, but they're objecting, so we need to resolve. Yes. Oh, yes, please. Thank you so much.
Here, can I see?
Yeah, sure. Sure. I'll sit here, you sit here. Doctor, we're gonna get started. Just have something. Okay. Hi, Megan.
No, I just couldn't hear you all.
Okay. Doc, why don't you come on up here? Might as well get you up here early. Then make yourself comfortable in the chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to re-swear you because you weren't sworn in front of the jury.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Just give them the appearance that we didn't have the conversation.
I'm at your disposal, sir.
Okay?
Doctor, did you want a bottle of water?
Sure. Thank you. Yeah.
A nice gesture, Mr. Zion. Thank you.
A nice person, Judge.
Thank you.
You are? Okay. Since you're presenting it, make four. One for the court reporter, one for me, one for each side.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Let's see. A nice shrimp salad.
Yes.
Rye roll.
See, it's not showing up on this for some reason. For some reason, my thing's not up.
It's probably not thread.
I think we're gonna do a copy of the printing.
Yeah, just so.
I approach the witness, Judge? I want to hand him his things.
What'd you give me, buddy?
His files, which contain the records.
These are all medical records found within the admitted exhibits?
Yes, there are summaries of them that he has. Do you want me to take those away or just the records?
Or do you show the other side the summaries?
I don't think we have any of the
We
summaries.
never have anything like that.
So, yeah, we'll need copies of all of that, please.
Copies of all of it? You have copies of everything that's in the
Well, I mean, of the summaries, if he's going to be using them to
They're
testify.
not summaries. They're
Would you just say they were summaries?
pages.
There are excerpts from the medical
cut out
records?
Pages of the records. They're medical records cut up in pages, basically. That's all they are, but they're all medical records. There's nothing in here that's not a medical record.
Yeah, can we get copies of that, please? I mean, we.
How many pages are there?
How many pages? They're all duplicates.
I understand, but you're showing them as a separate exhibit. They're entitled to a copy, even though they may have all the information.
Judge, I got no copies. I don't see anything wrong with copies of stuff there.
But you're showing it as an exhibit, you're not showing it, it's like the whole entourage of exhibits over here.
I cement them.
Instead of bringing up all the medical records, you're bringing in specific things that you're showing them. So they have the right to get a copy of what you show.
Let me make sure that he has, I make no false representations. I want to go through everything and make sure there's nothing for medical records. I can have a moment.
Sam, can I borrow your stapler for a second? Well, you've been in possession of it, so.
I got just a moment, Judge.
Sure. Sometimes I just don't understand, Judge Cowcroft.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
wanted a copy.
Ron, may I?
I already gave him one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was the first one I gave.
Okay. Are these ours?
Yes.
Okay.
Taylor. May we approach, I have a question for the court, clarification on something?
Sure.
Judge, I'm ready.
As soon as she walks out, you say you're ready.
I'm sorry?
I don't sponsor witnesses. Don't ask you to declare them an expert because you won't like an explanation.
I won't do that. I heard you the first time.
We finally canceled
Says
ours.
bowel and stared. Says otherwise.
No, but you don't understand. We have to get it all. Because we run the prosecutor's office.
So you want to or not?
We want to, yes. We love each other. All right.
Continue writing since I've already messed it up. All right, I'll use stickies.
Be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. Okay, the coffee smells better than it tastes. Just wanna say that. Okay, but thank you for the cup this morning. We're going to continue on. I'm sorry about the delay. I seem to be Mr. Popularity today. So it's not any of their fault. Unfortunately, I had other things I had to deal with. So we'll continue on. Doctor, will you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat there. Get comfortable. I need you to state your name for the record and spell your name for me.
My name is Joel Zivot. My first name Joel, and the last name Zivot, Z like zebra, I, V like Victor, O-T.
Okay, the brief time I talked to you, you talk louder than that. These people are straining there. Why don't you knock it out? Let's go ahead and state your name again and spell your last name, because that's the tough one.
My first name is Joel, and the last name is Zivot. It's spelled Z like zebra, I, V like Victor, O-T.
Okay, did you guys hear that okay? Okay, Mr. Baez.
Please support. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Zivot.
Good morning.
Okay, well, you introduced yourself to the jury. Let's start with, what is it that are you employed?
Yes, I am.
All right, where are you employed?
I am employed at Emory University in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what do you do for Emory University?
I'm a physician there. I have two specialties. I'm an anesthesiologist and I'm an intensive care specialist. And I attend in ICUs and teach and work there.
Okay, tell us a little bit, tell us about your educational background. Where did you go to school?
Sure. Well, I went to college and medical school in my hometown, which is Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. And I graduated from medical school in 1998. And then after that, I went to Toronto and did a 5-year program to obtain a specialty in anesthesiology with something called the Royal College in Canada. They get to use the word royal all the time. So it was the Royal College, and I became a specialist in anesthesiology from the Royal College, and I graduated there in 1993. From there, I went to the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio, and I did 2 years at the Cleveland Clinic to obtain my specialty in critical care medicine and also in anesthesiology for the American Board of Anesthesiology. So I have a board certification in anesthesiology from the Royal College and also from the American Board of Anesthesiology, and I'm also board certified in critical care medicine from the American Board of Anesthesiology.
Okay, and now you mentioned that you had trained at the Cleveland Clinic.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you do not know, prior to anything involved in this case, you did not know Dr. Husel from the Cleveland Clinic, correct?
That's correct.
But you do have a common training, correct?
Yes, we do.
And what is that?
So Dr. Husel and myself both attended the same fellowship program at the Cleveland Clinic. I was there prior to him by a number of years, and so our paths did not cross. And so we trained in the same institution.
So fair to say your days were much earlier?
Much earlier, yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell us about your clinical experience?
Sure. Well, after I finished at the Cleveland Clinic, I took a position at the University of Michigan
Shouldn't have mentioned that.
I'm sorry. I understand that football rivalries go very deep, so apologies. I have no opinion about that one way or the other. Yes, I confess, I went to the University of Michigan, and I spent 3 years there. I was working as an anesthesiologist and intensive care specialist. At that time there, I was the medical director of the recovery room. I started the fellowship in critical care medicine at the University of Michigan, which is a kind of a complicated process that requires to create a program that would be deemed certifiable according to an organization that does that. I became an expert there in the implantation of heart pumps, mechanical heart pumps, and some expertise in something called extracorporeal membrane oxygenation, ECMO, which has become very commonly used in the time of COVID. I spent 3 years there and then actually was recruited to return to Cleveland. At this time, I went to Case Western because that hospital was starting a heart transplant and lung transplant program. And I had gained some expertise in the care of those patients along with this ECMO technique. And so I went there and spent, I think, 7 years there at Case. And during that time, I was the co-director of the intensive care unit and was involved in clinical practice and anesthesiology and critical care medicine, and divided my time between those things as well as teaching. I ran the program that trained anesthesiologist assistants to work. I was the medical director of that program. I had other subsequent positions there. I taught, I wrote, kind of the normal stuff of academic medicine. After that, I actually was recruited. I went to George Washington University Hospital for 2 years to run their intensive care unit. They were also trying to increase their cardiac surgery program. And after a couple of years there, I actually returned to Canada. And I went to Canada because, primarily, because actually my mother was sick. And I took a position there to go back to be with her, and also, a position that was comported with my expertise. I was the medical director of a cardiac intensive care unit there in a very different system. The Canadian system is very different than the American system, and so I've had the perspective of both systems. I was there for 3 years. During the time that I was there, my mother died, and so the reason to stay there became less important to me, and so I returned to the United States, and that was in 2010. I went to Emory University and took a position in academic anesthesiology and critical care, and I've been at Emory ever since. One other thing, I guess, that I did in my training while at Emory is I went back to graduate school and obtained a degree, a master's degree in bioethics.
Before you go further, what is bioethics?
Bioethics is the study of ethics as it applies to, to healthcare scenarios, to medicine, and so it's a focus of ethical reasoning in the circumstance of things related to the care of people, to healthcare.
And did you utilize your bioethics background in some of the issues that we asked you to look at?
Yes, I would say, the thing about ethics is that people might imagine that there are kinds of things that are ethical, maybe, and kinds of things that are not. I think this is a misconception. I would say that every single thing that a doctor ever does raises an ethical question. And so, should I not? These are all kind of the fundamentals of ethical reasoning, and in the ICU especially, there are many opportunities to engage ethical reasoning and adjudication. It comes up all the time.
Okay. And after receiving your degree in bioethics, what other clinical training or clinical experience did you say?
So while I've been at Emory University, I've held also various positions. I've been the director of 2 separate intensive care units. I was also the director of the Critical Care Medicine Fellowship, so taught and trained fellows in a variety of disciplines. I've been on, a number of committees and served, the Emory community. I have adjunct appointments in the School of Liberal Arts, where I've taught a class on law, medicine, bioethics, and policy to undergraduates. And I also had an adjunct appointment in the law school, where I taught a class with a law professor on constitutional law and healthcare. So I've been in all of these places.
While working at the ICU, have you ever done a terminal excavation?
Yes, I have.
How many would you say you've done in the course of your career?
I mean, unfortunately, death is something that is a natural thing, of course, that will happen to every one of us. Every one of us will die. And in the ICU, I would say that on average, if an ICU week, I may have 2 patients that die in a week of work. That's just normal.
Okay, but his question was, how many excavations have you done?
Hundreds, 1,000. It's hard. Over 27 years of career, there's been a lot. So it's that death is a common occurrence in intensive care, and most of the time in intensive care, when a patient dies, they die because a decision is made to withdraw, to stop. It's unusual that patients die in intensive care while being actively resuscitated. It's more common that a decision is made, by the family, that we stop, and we stop.
Okay. Tell us about, have you written any peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
Okay. How many articles would you say you've written?
Well, gosh, I don't know, many. I mean, on a variety of subjects related to anesthesiology and critical care, and I've also written things called abstracts. Abstracts are kind of short pieces that are submitted to meetings usually and can be then turned into posters or presentations. I mean, I think in my CV, honestly, I can't remember the number, 20, 30, 50, 100. I'm just not actually sure of the number.
Okay, and do you belong to any professional organizations?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
I'm a member of the American Society of Anesthesiology. I'm a member of the Society of Critical Care Medicine. I'm a member of the American Medical Association. I've been, members of all the state organizations. I'm a member of the Georgia Society of Anesthesiology because I practice in Georgia, and the Georgia Medical Association. I've been members, of the Ohio Society of Anesthesiology, but I'm not actively. I've been a member of the Michigan Society of Anesthesiology, not actively. I've been a member of the Canadian Anesthesiology Society, but not actively.
Tell us why it's important to belong to these organizations.
Well, I think these organizations are places where people of common interest and expertise, of course, gather, to compare and share their experience. These organizations, both of these organizations have journals. And the journals are where information can be exchanged and reviewed. There are meetings that occur, and so there's an opportunity to meet, colleagues face-to-face to discuss and share and exchange. The thing about, the practice of medicine is that one is constantly in training. So although I, quote, graduated, and have been practicing for 27 years, I've never stopped training. There's constantly training and constant need to be up to date and current, with with the latest things that are happening now. And the association of these organizations is a way that we communicate with each other.
And what are some of the ways that doctors learn after they finish school? What are some of the things and resources they utilize? How do they continue to develop to become better doctors?
So, I mean, I subscribe to a number of journals, much to the chagrin of my family, which considers it to be somewhat of junk mail. So, I get the New England Journal of Medicine every week. I get the Journal of the American Medical Association every week. I get anesthesiology. I get critical care medicine, and those are the 4 ones that at least I get mailed to my house. And then I have some other review that I'm constantly doing of what's new in critical care. I get email blasts that talk about the things that I've identified, subject matters that then inform me of things that are coming and that are happening that are new. And I'm constantly reading. I read while I'm working. So the beauty of the internet now is that when I'm rounding, if a question comes up while I'm rounding, I don't have to stop and look or find a book. It's all available to me. I'm constantly looking up research and to try to apply it to the current situations that I find myself in.
Have you been asked to speak and give lectures, and if so, where?
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken many times in many places around the country and internationally. As an example, I spoke at a meeting in India about these heart pump devices that I had mentioned earlier. I've talked there. I've talked of course, all across the U.S. and Canada in a number of locations. And I've done some stuff also on being interviewed through some various forms of media on my opinions about various subjects related to my practice.
Do you also have an area of certain areas of research?
So my focus, my focus in the last couple of years has been really, I've shifted a little bit away from the operating room, and now I'm really full-time in intensive care. And so my interests in intensive care have run the gambit of a pretty typical career. I've written in the early parts of my career about infections, something called septic shock, which is something that is pretty commonly written about in intensive care. I've gone through and written and done some work on other kinds of shock. I've written about ECMO several times, and really, ventilator management, certain other kinds of conditions that occur in intensive care. A variety of things over my career. I also have, with my interest in bioethics and policy, I do a fair amount of public writing. And public writing, I think, is something kind of new for physicians. We're kind of uncomfortable with that sort of thing. We're much happier when we're among, our people, so to speak. And so crossing over into the public space has been challenging, but I feel it's important and necessary. So I do public writing and public commentary on subjects. I've done a lot of writing in the last couple of years, for example, around COVID. Those of us in intensive care have become very much reluctant experts in the care of COVID patients, and so I've written a lot of things about that. Lately, I've been writing some things about the war in Ukraine with respect to the medical response. I've written about the problems of chemical and biological agents used as weapons. I've written about that.
And that brings me to my next question. Are there times where medicine crosses over into other areas?
I mean, I think that, medicine crosses over. All of us, I think, are concerned naturally about our health. And so it begins with that. So everything, as a doctor, when your friends know that you're a doctor, you get calls all the time. And about things, this hurts.
That problem.
Yeah, I imagine. So
let me ask you this: do you have any experience in some, or do you have any experience in research in your areas of research having to do with anything with the criminal justice system?
Well, I've done a lot of work in the area of the death penalty. And the death penalty became an interest of mine a number of years ago. And it had to do actually for me with something that happened about maybe 10 years ago now, where it may have not been that long ago, but there was a drug that I commonly used in anesthesia that everyone used. The drug was called sodium thiopental. And it was a drug that was called an induction agent. So it was given at the beginning of an anesthetic routinely. The funny thing about sodium thiopental is then that when you would inject it into a patient, they would have a funny taste in their mouth that was like garlic sometimes. And so I would tell patients, I'm going to give you an injection and you might taste some pizza. But it was a very kind of commonly used drug that was used all the time. And then it disappeared. It disappeared from the world market kind of suddenly. And I thought, how did that happen? Like, where did it go? I mean, did we forget how to make it? Like, why is it no longer available? And so I began to investigate to try to figure out what happened to sodium thiopental, and it surprisingly led me to the death penalty. And so I learned that certain states that were using the death penalty were executing inmates with something called lethal injection. And lethal injection, sounds like a medical act, but of course it is nothing of the sort. But it uses and kind of impersonates a medical act and takes these things that in my hand are medicine and uses them to execute people. So the story of sodium thiopental was that there was only one manufacturer that was left that was making sodium thiopental. The manufacturer was named Hospira. Hospira is a company that no longer exists, but they were a company that was manufacturing sodium thiopental in Italy. Now, in the
where the garlic came from.
Yes, right. So Italy is a member of the European Union, the EU, and the EU has a rule that there's no execution that's anywhere within the EU, and that no country can make a product within the EU that is used for execution. So it turned out that Hospira was told, can you guarantee that the sodium thiopental that you are making is not going to be used in the U.S. death penalty? And they said, we can't guarantee it. Now, let me be clear, too, that Hospira was not selling it to state corrections, but state corrections were obtaining it. So they couldn't guarantee that it would not be used, so they just decided to stop making it. And that got me interested and began my a long and complex relationship with lethal injection and the death penalty.
So did any of your research involve using medications to actually kill people?
So let's be clear that you can't design an ethical trial that would test the question as to whether or not one drug versus another drug would be better for killing people. There's no way to do that. All you can do, of course, is look to see what has been done by others. But in terms of doing a research, you can investigate it, which is what I did, but I never did a trial, that asked the question. It's not a doctor's place anyway to try to figure out how to kill people. I'm an expert in unkilling, not in killing. So I think that, but others, state authorities who, wanted to execute people would take, again, the things that were normally mine and take them and use them. And so I've had an occasion to examine and review the way executions have been conducted. And it's not easy because states that practice execution, many states also pass what are called secrecy laws. And the secrecy laws ban you from inquiring or getting the details of what's being used in execution. So I could request a protocol for execution and I get a document that's entirely redacted. So every line of it is blacked out.
Let me ask you a question I think is probably on everyone's mind. Has fentanyl ever been used in any lethal injection, as far as your research?
To my knowledge, fentanyl has never been used in lethal injection.
Okay, and we'll get more into that. Well, actually, while we're on that subject, have You studied all of the different types of drugs that have been utilized.
Yes, and the drugs have, have changed over the number of years. Like when sodium thiopental, of course, disappeared, the states couldn't get it either. And so they started to shift into other kinds of drugs that they were able to obtain.
Have you done studies to, or have you researched to see if other opioids have been used in lethal injections?
Yeah. Opioids have been used in other executions, yes.
Is it common or uncommon?
Not common, but used.
And have they been successful in their use?
Yeah. So it's an interesting question about success. So a term that you may have heard is when an execution is described as botched. Okay, so what is a botched execution? An execution is supposed to, one would imagine that an execution is some sort of event that occurs kind of rapidly, discreetly, and there's no outward suffering of any kind that can be registered. That would be the requirement that an execution needs to be. It's actually based upon the Eighth Amendment, which bans punishment that is felt to be cruel. And I'm not talking about the rightness or wrongness of capital punishment or anything of that nature. I'm just talking about the technical part of how this is supposed to go. So executions have with lethal injection, have again used other kinds of combinations, and there are two executions that relied basically principally on opioids as the attempt to cause death. Now, in both of those cases, inmates did die, but the description of how they died was felt to have been, quite striking and shocking in how the death in both of those cases was observed to be, quite difficult and seemingly painful.
Did they take a long time?
They took a long time. One execution in Arizona took 2 hours. And the protocol called for the injection of 2 drugs. One was hydromorphone, and the other was midazolam. Hydromorphone is an opioid, like fentanyl. And the dose that they used would have been equivalent to 5,000 micrograms of fentanyl and 50 milligrams of midazolam. They injected that once.
Your Honor, I'm going to object and move to strike none of this is in his report.
We need to go sidebar on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, oh, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury disregarded the last answer. It dealt with issues of punishment, okay? You're not to consider the concept of punishment for any reason, okay? So I'm striking it all. Mr. Baez.
Dr. Zivot, we've heard comparisons between morphine and fentanyl. Can you tell us, one, are they the same drug?
They're not the same drug, no.
And are they utilized the same?
Both morphine and fentanyl are classified as opioids, so in that way they have that in common, but they're structurally different and have some important different effects.
Okay, and what are the main distinctions between the two of them?
So morphine is a naturally occurring opioid, and fentanyl is a synthetic opioid. So in a sense, fentanyl is a bit of an improvement over morphine. It's an improvement because it's more potent, so you can give less of it. And also, importantly, you can give less of it for the same effect, but importantly, you can give more of it because when compared to morphine, when morphine is injected, it can cause a kind of an allergy-like reaction. The technical word for it is an anaphylactoid reaction, which means anaphylactic-like. And it will manifest as, say, redness along the pathway of the morphine, and sometimes the allergy-like reaction can be quite severe. And as a consequence, really there's a limit as to how much morphine you can inject at any one time. And so it's not used to give large amounts of opioids like one can safely use with fentanyl.
Okay, so in other words, is it your opinion that you can't give high dose amounts for morphine?
You can't give high amounts of morphine all at once. Now, the reason why we might use morphine at all, you might say, is because it has a longer half-life, it's called. So if I want to give a little bit of morphine for a little bit of pain, I might use an injection of it, and then that could last for, maybe a few hours. Where if I gave fentanyl instead, fentanyl has a shorter half-life, and so I would have to give the fentanyl more often. So it's just kind of a convenience factor if the kind of pain control that you need is not extremely severe and you want to be able to inject something not so frequently.
I forgot to mention this or ask you this earlier on, but how did you get involved in this case?
I got involved in this case because a colleague of mine, who was also my former fellowship director, and also the fellowship director of Dr. Husel, we have that in common, Dr. Mark Popovich. He reached out to me and having, knowing me and knowing my background, wondered if I might have something to say about this case and connected me with you to see whether or not I might be able to, give an opinion about the facts of this case.
Okay. And have you agreed to do this case in the work you've done pro bono?
Yes.
So, fair to say that all that is covered is basically your expenses?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not charge for, what records did you review in this case?
All the medical records of all of the 14 cases that are involved here.
And did you also review the medical records of the Tracy Young?
I did as well, yes.
Objection. May we approach Ron?
May I?
Judge, I'm moving on to another
Yeah,
topic.
we need to approach on this, Your Honor.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, this one's on me. Okay? have the additional file, your disregard, let's move on.
And Dr. Zivot, the opinions that you were going to render today, are they based on those 14 patients' medical charts?
Yes, they are.
Now, you were discussing the differences between morphine and fentanyl. You recall that?
Yes.
And then I interrupted you with these other questions. Is it?
Now, I want to ask you about, we've had numerous doctors testify that are internal medicine doctors. Can you tell me the differences between training between internal medicine doctors and anesthesiologists?
So, as an anesthesiologist, my focus was the care of patients in what's referred to as the perioperative period. So that would be people who were heading towards surgery. So it would require a knowledge of their medical conditions that could be in any number of things. You know, as an anesthesiologist, I touch on every kind of medical specialty and every kind of medical condition. Then after having made an assessment of their medical state, I would then move to plan an anesthetic that would require it to interact with their medical condition and the surgery that was planned. And then I would care for them afterwards for a period of time in the recovery room. And that's kind of the broad concept of anesthesia. And in many of those areas, internists have some similar overlapping knowledge. What's different about anesthesiology is that not only is it a specialty of a cognitive nature, it's also a technical specialty. And so much of what I do as an anesthesiologist and also as an intensivist are things I do, frankly, with my hands. And so I'm required to do things, procedures, and to handle many of these kinds of medications constantly to draw up these particular kinds of say in this case, fentanyl and morphine into syringes to inject them into patients on a constant, daily basis. So I have a lot of familiarity having seen the way that these drugs work in the body. And in that way, I think that my immediate knowledge and feedback, departs from my internal medicine colleagues who lack that kind of training and lack that kind of immediate practice. And having, again, done this for 27 years, I'm pretty comfortable, with syringes and needles and all of these medications, having injected all of them, into thousands and thousands of patients.
Which of the two specialties would be more familiar with that?
Oh, clearly anesthesiology and anesthesiology, clearly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And but internal medicine still work in the ICU, do they not?
Yeah, internists work in intensive care, and I actually, as having been a fellowship director and also a member of a critical care team, I've trained internists who seek to become intensivists. So under my training, I have tried to give them some information that they lack, in their internal medicine training. Critical care has kind of specialties as well. There are subspecialties of the subspecialty, which is critical care medicine. So for me, for example, my subspecialty is care of patients who are undergoing cardiac or vascular or thoracic lung surgery. That's kind of a subspecialty. But I'm also considered to be a general intensivist. So I take my turn attending in a medical intensive care unit as well, and I'm comfortable doing that.
Is there a difference between pain control in the healthy versus pain control in people who are dying?
So there's an important difference in these two cases. So I think that probably all of us have had periods in our life where we've had pain. And pain, can be anything from, minor and annoying to crippling and disabling. And pain can be so severe that people wish for death, when they can't relieve the pain that they have. It's a spectrum. But in the case of where pain control is given to people who are very much alive and intend to remain so, there's a certain kind of pattern of prescribing that's intended to, again, reduce the painful symptoms, and so allows a person to otherwise function in their daily life. When we want pain not to be a barrier, we want it to be able to be something that we can accommodate so we can get on with it. Now, in the circumstance of when someone is dying, near the end of their life, it's a very different kind of project. So, first of all, I guess, the question is dying painful at all? And I think the answer is that yes, dying is presumably very painful. To watch it, having watched it many times, it looks that it can be quite painful for people.
Why?
Because, they, based upon simple things like simply what they say. People may say, I'm in pain, if they can, or they may, make sounds, of moaning, or in the way that their body moves, and just bringing to bear one's own empathy, the empathy of another person suffering, that we can recognize it, we're tooled for it, we can see it. We can see it even very slightly. It's our common humanity. And so I see it all the time. And, I register it. I'm affected by it. As my job as a physician, I don't want to leave it sitting. I want to seek to relieve the pain and suffering of the patients that I care for.
Can you tell the jury, explain to the jury what titration is, the concept of titration, and how it relates to anesthesiologists?
No problem, yeah. I'll tell you actually that when I began anesthesiology, I had trouble spelling that word. So I still have to think twice about it to make sure I'm spelling it correctly. So the idea of titration is to give a quantity sufficient, for the task. It means not to give too little. It means not to give too much. Now, it's difficult to know sometimes how much to give, and what are the consequences of giving too little and too much. In the case of when someone is dying, and if one imagines that that's the worst sort of pain, to be facing death, death would be the worst sort of pain. And so it's important, and I think comports with the common practice, to, in that circumstance, use a dose of medication, that would very likely be the sufficient quantity for the task. And so, in a sense, you're titrating, so that you're not giving a tiny quantity, and you're not giving an enormous quantity, but you're giving a goodly quantity that you believe, based upon your experience, that will be sufficient to immediately allay the problem of pain. I don't know, it might be helpful to draw this, or can I draw this, or?
Do I have permission to have the witness sit down so I can?
Yeah, I'm just curious on how you're going to do it.
Right here.
Did I just come down here?
Permission for the witness to step down, Rich?
I need to see what he's drawing. Okay, I can make it
Everyone
work.
else see that?
Down the far end.
You can see that back there? I'll move this stuff back.
Okay, before you start, why don't you explain to Ms. Mick what you're going to put up there?
Your Honor, may we have at least an offer of proof as to what is going to be drawn before something is drawn?
Okay, no. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay.
This is going to be a conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, get busy there. Sorry. doctor, you may, oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I was used to your usual timing.
Doctor, you may step down. Explain to us what you're talking about.
So, fair warning, I am not a very good drawer. And second of all, I am a teacher. I like to teach, but none of this is going to be on your test. So we're going to start with a very simple kind of drawing, and it goes like this. So this is a graph, okay? And on the bottom here, we're going to call this time, okay? So imagine that this is time 0, and we're just moving along this as time moves forward. Okay? On this line, we're going to call this pain. Actually, it's going to be two things. It's going to be pain, first of all. Okay? Also, public spelling is a little bit nerve-wracking too, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do spelling mistakes so far. So we're going to call this pain. And we're going to say, we're going to put like a mark here that we're going to call that pain, and we're going to draw a line that represents pain over time. And if you'll notice, the line is sort of going up. Okay, actually, I didn't quite draw it right. The line should kind of be rising. Okay? So imagine that this is the moment where you're now interacting, where you discover that a patient has pain. And this is like the pain line. Okay? Now, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give a drug that's going to manage the pain. Okay? And when I inject it, of course, before I inject it, this line is also going to now represent the dose.
Okay, stop. Use a different color for dose, please.
Sorry?
Do you have a different color marker for dose?
Okay.
You have a bunch of, I mean, you picked blue, and that's a Michigan thing, so
Try black for now.
don't try yellow. That'll just set this way
Well,
off.
we're going to say this is now dose, which is in black, okay, dosage. So, at time 0, of course, before I've injected anything, there's no, in this case, fentanyl in the blood, so there'd be 0. Now, in my concept here, in order to get enough fentanyl in here, I've got to get over this pain line to make it work, okay? So if I give a small quantity, as an example, I inject it, and it rises, as I inject it, I leave it, and then eventually it falls. And so it may be something, say, like this, okay? Now you can see here that this was ineffective. So although I've given some pain medication, it wasn't enough. Okay, I didn't get near my pain line, and so the person is still suffering in pain. And so I have to, let's say, okay, I say, fine, all right, I got it. Let me try that again, okay? I'm going to give a second dose now, and maybe I'm going to not wait all the way, okay? I'm not going to wait till it goes to 0. There's still a little bit there. I'm going to try to give a second dose. So I give my second dose now. I'm not starting from 0 now. I'm starting from maybe here. I'm going to give another dose that's going to look something kind of like, even if I give the same dose, it's going to get a little bit more because there's a little more, it kind of adds. But I'm still below the pain line, okay? And time continues to move forward, and the patient is still in pain and suffering. And so I try it again, and once again, I'm still below the pain line. So even though I redose these things and give more, I never get out to the pain line. And so it's very important that I pick the right quantity to begin with. So also imagine yourself in pain, and I'm saying, okay, hang on, it's going to take me about an hour to get under control of your pain. Like, that is not going to be acceptable to you. You want your pain control to be immediate, because the idea of being in pain and suffering for any length of time is intolerable. And so you want me, your doctor, to fix it right away. So I'm going to give a bigger dose, because what I'm trying to do, instead of this, I'm trying to do this. That's what I want to do. I want to get my dose to be big enough So the first time that I do it, I'm above the pain line. Now, what I didn't show you, didn't draw very well. So again, sorry, this line, imagine that this line is actually going up, okay? So the pain doesn't remain constant, of course. The pain is getting worse as time goes by. So it makes it extremely important, even if that first time I thought I got above the pain line, I still may be short, because the pain continues to worsen as a person maybe bears down on death. And so that's why you need to give this big dose, and that's like titration, okay? So I'm saying, how much is this going to hurt? Well, I think that the pain of dying is extreme. And so, in response, I need to give a good and generous quantity, because I really want to get above the pain line, because of course here is death. And that's what I want to do.
And what's the difference between that and giving pain to someone who's healthy and alive, pain meds?
Well, so, there's some similarities here, okay, in that a person that has pain, maybe their pain line, actually, maybe I have the blue again. So we're talking now about pain that maybe is down over here, okay? So it's not the worst pain, if you can imagine, it's something less. And so in that case, I can use these lower dosages. It's acceptable, okay, to use this quantity for this kind of pain. But this kind of pain, the pain of dying, is more than this other pain. And so in this case, I need to give more. And in this case, I can get away with giving less.
What is anticipatory analgesia?
So the idea is, like in an operation, for example, a person is going to have a painful procedure. So the thing that I do, and some of you also may have had some experience like this, where you're anticipating that you're going to have pain. And so what we do is we give the pain control before the pain actually is in place. Because it turns out also that if you wait, once the pain is in place, it's harder to get on top of it, okay? So your doctor, for example, maybe you've had a surgical procedure and you've been prescribed some pain control and they tell you to go home. And then you are prescribed this pain control and you're instructed to take it every 8 hours or every 6 hours or every 4 hours. And if they're doing it right, they would say to you, maybe for the first day or two, take it regularly. So don't wait until you're in pain, because if you wait until the pain is bad, you need even more to get on top of it. It's difficult. So we anticipate that it's going to be painful, and we kind of load you up with the pain control that you would need, so when you do have pain, it's much more manageable.
Okay. And what are the consequences if you don't get here during a palliative excavation?
Well, so
Okay,
then...
well, slow down. You need to tie that one in, because he's been talking differently.
Sure. What are the consequences of not reaching the level of pain while doing a palliative excavation?
Well, so the concern
No,
again...
still not there.
Okay. What's the purpose of preemptive analgesia in palliative excavations?
Still don't have your foundation.
Preemptive analgesia, is that an accepted method of giving anesthesia or pain control?
Yes.
Okay. Is it something that's common in the practice of anesthesiologists?
Yes.
And critical care doctors?
Yes.
Is it utilized during palliative excavations?
Yes.
Well, explain to us how that applies in this scenario.
So the problem again is that there's this pain line, which is quite intense and high. And so, like I said to you before, if you were in pain, people naturally would want that period between being in pain and being relieved of pain to be as short as possible. And so I want to be able to make sure that time when we begin, when we start, and we say, now we're going to do this, we're going to now give you something for pain, people want that to happen as quickly as possible. And so they don't want to wait, and because if I'm doing this way, my risk, of course, is that I never get control of your pain, and then you die in pain, which is what we don't want to have happen.
Okay, you might see that.
Put that away. Thank you.
Now I want to talk a little bit about the process of extubation. Is withdrawing, is the process of a palliative extubation painful?
I mean, certainly it can be, yes.
Okay. And when doing preemptive analgesia in a palliative extubation setting, when is it done?
So what happens, so a patient, say, has respiratory difficulty. And so they're attached, through a tube, through a mechanical ventilator that is breathing, helping them breathe. Because without it, the act of breathing is difficult. And everyone knows what it feels like to be short of breath. It's an extremely uncomfortable and arguably terrifying experience in the extreme. And so it's very important to put in place, in this case, fentanyl, to blunt the kind of experience of being short of breath that can immediately occur when the ventilator is removed.
Okay. And what about the clinical picture of the patient? What happens once they're taken off of life support?
Well, I think that what can happen, and this it's a hard concept for people, because even the concept of life support, what does it mean? It can be a situation where a person's circulation is very damaged, their ability to circulate their blood, or their lungs are very, very weakened and ineffective, and so they need to be connected to machines with elevated levels of oxygen, or their heart is very, very weakened, or their kidneys have failed. All of these things are common in my practice. And so there can be a place where a person is alive, but completely dependent upon machines and upon medicine. And so sometimes in conversations with families, when we're trying to kind of figure out where we are, I might say, well, this person, is alive, but can never leave this room. So as long as they are in this room, with all this equipment, they're alive. But to get out of this room, they cannot. And so if they want to stay in this room, connected to these machines, then I guess they can. But most people, when considering that, would say, well, I want to get out of this room. I want to get out of this hospital. I want to get out of this intensive care. I don't want to live like this. And so because they asked for it, these things are removed. And they're removed, and the idea of removing these things is to create a state of naturalness. And so now there is no block, to natural death, which would logically occur after these things are removed. Death is natural.
And how does that relate to comfort care?
So, comfort care, of course, is, when I talk to families, I have a common conversation. And families may say to me, well, actually, let me just back up. That, of course, as a doctor, my contract is with a patient, okay? And the patient is the boss of themselves, and they get to control what they want and what they don't want. Now, what's peculiar about intensive care is that the patient, I may never hear their voice. I may never see them standing upright. I never know them when they're well, and they can never talk to me because they're too sick. And so the entire relationship then dependent upon, what their loved ones, what their proxies are saying. So that's a very complicated position to be as a proxy, And I like to, somewhat cynically say sometimes the easiest pain to bear is someone else's. But for the proxy, it's very difficult because no one wants to think that it was them that, killed their relative or something horrifying like that. And so I instruct people, I say, the way this works is that your mouth opens and their words come out of your mouth. So we're here trying to engage together to try to figure out what this person in the bed would want, okay? So we've decided now that they think that this person in the bed does not want to be in this room, does not want to be on this equipment, does not want to live like this, and they want to be allowed, to have a natural death. That's what they choose. So in order to do that, of course, again, it requires the removal of these things. And families are frightened. They're frightened, and they say to me, well, what about pain? Like, is it, I'm worried that it will be painful. And so I reassure them, that we will do our very best to try to address the concerns of pain. And I've been in many situations like this where we're standing at the bedside and we've made this decision. And I'll say to them in advance now, if anyone here sees anything that looks like pain, say so, and we will give more. Okay? So, I don't like to have to go in and continue to give medications.
Why not?
I think it's distressing and alarming to people to see this. Trying to kind of create something that is, uninterrupted. That there's this kind of opportunity now to be with someone, to be with your loved one in as much as an uninterrupted fashion. So, one simple thing that I, for example, do is, most of you think of a hospital bed that has side rails, okay? They have these side rails, that are put up. So I go into a room when I'm going to do this and I put the side rails down, okay? And maybe their hands of the patient are underneath a blanket, and I take the hands, I take them out from under the blanket, and I say to family, come close now if you want to. You can come right here. You can touch them. You can be with them. And I want to respect that, and I don't want to try to create anything that's too medical looking, where I have to inject stuff. And so, but I tell them, I ask them repeatedly sometimes, if anyone sees that this is painful, then let me know and we will treat that pain, because we don't want the person to be in pain when they die.
Okay, let me ask you, when creating a dose, well, before I go into that, we've heard a lot about vasopressors.
Yes.
Just briefly tell us what vasopressors are.
Sure.
I don't want to spend too much time.
So, people, might know of something called hypertension or high blood pressure. It's possible that some of you have high blood pressure and you're on a medication. But in the ICU, we tend to see not so much high blood pressure, we see low blood pressure. And low blood pressure is very dangerous if left unchecked. Now, low blood pressure can cause organ damage and it can lead all the way to death. So when people are sick, for a variety of reasons, their blood pressure tends to fall. And so a vasopressor is a drug that kind of pushes the blood pressure back up when injected. And that's why we give it in these sort of cases where circulation is broken or impaired and needs to be kind of propped up with these vasopressor medications, they're called.
And how does that affect the heart?
Well, so, the heart, if the blood pressure is low, it can be because the circulation itself is, well, let me give you an example, maybe a way of thinking about it. So picture a garden hose, okay? So you've got a garden hose, and you've turned the water on, and now you're standing with the garden hose, and water is coming out, okay? It's coming out under a certain force, okay? Now, if you put your finger over the end of the garden hose and partly block it, the intensity of the spray goes up, okay? So in the setting of either infection or other kinds of condition, it's as if you've taken your thumb off the end of the garden hose and now the water is sort of moving in a way that doesn't have a lot of force, okay? And so that can either be a consequence of kind of the garden hose itself, or it can be the tap the tap is like the heart itself. So sometimes the heart needs to be, the tap has to be turned up, and sometimes the tap is turned down because the heart is not working and dysfunctional.
And how long does it take once you turn off a vasopressor for it to stop working?
So, vasopressors are by design, work very rapidly. And so their offset is equally rapid. So once you turn them off, in a matter of under 2 minutes maybe, the effects are gone.
And
Hold on a second. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about an hour and a half. My desire is to go to like 10 till 12 and give you guys an early lunch, but in doing that, does anybody need a break? Y'all good? Make 20 minutes? Okay. We're going my usual timeline. If we're going to go beyond, I just want to make sure they're okay.
I understand.
Go ahead.
So, as it relates to blood pressure, if someone's blood pressure is low, do you take that into consideration for the dose amount?
So the thing about blood pressure is that blood pressure, has kind of a specific purpose here, and that I need to actually have blood pressure to circulate the medicine. Okay? So a very kind of particular and graphic example of this is during chest compressions. So when people's heart has stopped, then one of the things to do, or the thing to do, is to, with your own hands, is to push on the chest. Okay? And by pushing on the chest, I'm actually creating blood pressure physically with my hands. Okay? There's something called open cardiac massage that sometimes is done in my area of cardiac, where I actually open the chest and reach in, and with my hand I'm squeezing the heart directly. But I don't always have that capacity, so in this case I'm just pushing on the chest. So, and when I'm pushing on the chest, I get a blood pressure. And when I get a blood pressure, it means that there's circulation and I can give medications. But if the blood pressure is low, then the medications that I actually give will not circulate. And so I have to give more of them in order to actually get an effect that can be, felt and be effective for the patient.
And once it circulates, does it start taking effect, or does it need to go somewhere else?
Well, it's got to circulate and get into all of the places that it needs to get for it to be effective. So it's not just a moment, it has to kind of, circulate around the body. And I can kind of see this, I can measure the blood pressure and so on and kind of see the effectiveness of what it is that I'm doing. Or in the case of pain control, I can kind of, gauge, like we don't have any pain monitor, okay? Like there's no monitor I can attach to a patient and it says pain. You have to, this is the only monitor we have for pain is empathy, okay? And we use it to figure it out. So I look at the patient, I look and I see what they look like, and I ask myself, does this feel, do I experience this now as the relief of pain? Is that what I've achieved?
Can you get an accurate reading of a patient's pain or what they're going through at the time of death by looking at medical records?
Oh, no.
So how important is being at bedside?
There's no way to do this except to be at the bedside. You have to be present to know. Because in that description where I said, you could still be wrong. And so you've got to give more. Okay? So you got to be there to know when you give something, is it working? Is it effective? So you got to be right there.
What effect does, let me ask you this before I move on from blood pressure. Is that one of the distinctions between pain control with the dying versus pain control with the living?
Well, I think again that, pain control with the dying, you really only get one chance, don't you? Okay? Once a person is dead, and if you've done a bad job, you don't get a second chance. So in pain control of the living, which is, at least a living person, let's say, a person who's more well and able to tell me, that can be something that can be some back and forth, where they're telling me, they're saying it's not sufficient. Again, I imagine that some of you, if every of you ever had any painful procedure or something and you're prescribed something, it may not have been sufficient. And so you complain and say, you haven't given me enough, or I need to do this in another sort of way.
And now, I want to ask you about fluid in the lungs. When people have fluid in the lungs, is that something that is taken into consideration for dosing?
I mean, so fluid in the lungs, of course, is a very painful kind of thing. And as an example, like think about a time where you've had a glass of water or something, and by accident, a little bit of it, goes down, quote, the wrong hole. Okay, it goes into your trachea, and it's exceedingly uncomfortable to do that. Even the smallest amount of water, if it hits your vocal cords and into your trachea, you cough, you gasp. Your vocal cords can actually spasm and shut tight, and you can't even speak for a moment. It's so painful and difficult an experience. So the airways are basically made for gas, for air only. And any time that there's water or fluid or secretions in there, it's very difficult, very painful. And so you want to make sure that in those circumstances that you're also using, a good amount of fentanyl or pain control to manage the pain, of how difficult it can breathe when you've got fluid in your lungs.
And now, what about fat? Does fentanyl like fat?
So fentanyl is in order for drugs to work, they have to kind of cross this sort of barrier, okay? Like they're in the circulation, and then they're moving along and have to kind of cross from one space to another. In order to do that, they have to pass a membrane, okay? And the membrane is composed of lipid, which is the fancy word for fat, okay? And the easier that there is, and that fentanyl, we call that drug lipophilic, okay? It means fat-loving. It's a funny term. But the idea of a fat-loving drug is that its uptake is more rapid and more quick. But the other problem, and so a drug like morphine, for example, when given, would have a slower uptake because we call that drug lipophobic or hydrophilic. It likes water. It's like the thing about water and oil, think of salad dressing, okay? The way the oil and the vinegar don't mix, okay? So like dissolves like, we say. Fats like fats and water likes water, but you can't mix them very easily. So the more hydrophilic a drug, the more loving it is of water, the slower onset it takes to get going. When a person is themselves obese, so one question is, well, how much do you give someone who's obese? Because there's something called like a ideal body weight or lean body weight, and it's a little bit unclear how much you should give. But generally speaking, when someone is obese, then they get more as opposed to less. In the circumstance of at end of life, where you're trying to make sure that they're getting enough.
Now you mentioned most people. When it comes to giving medication, this may sound like a silly question, but is everybody different? And how does that play into your role as a doctor?
I mean, everybody, of course, is different. Everybody's different. And sometimes the differences in terms of people, you can't tell by looking, okay? So, there you can picture in the bed, some very large, muscular man, whose pain control might be very poor, and he may need, very large quantities. And then picture, someone who's very petite and frail, and their capacity to endure it, might be much more. So this kind of, you can't tell necessarily by age, you can't tell necessarily by weight or gender or any other kind of thing. You've got to kind of look each individual, and you can't tell in advance. It's hard to predict. So I keep an open mind. I'm ready to whatever it is that I need to do, but everybody is a little bit different, and sometimes the differences, again, are not knowable until you kind of start in and start to do things.
Now, we've heard a lot about the combination of benzodiazepines with opioids. Is giving both benzodiazepines and opioids an acceptable practice?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it a common practice?
It is a common practice.
Does that include terminal extubations?
Yes, it's a common practice in terminal extubation.
Now, we've heard this phrase called synergy. how does that play into all of this?
So the reason, we've talked a lot about fentanyl and drugs like that and how they're specific for pain. Now, what fentanyl does not treat is anxiety, okay, which is a different kind of experience. Now, people can have pain and therefore get anxious about it, or they can have anxiety that is really kind of unrelated to pain. And so if someone, is purely anxious, I would not reach for fentanyl or morphine or any other opioid. And all the fentanyl and morphine in the world would not treat someone's state of anxiety. And by the same token, if someone is having pain, I wouldn't reach for a drug like midazolam, which really is specifically to treat anxiety. It would not matter. So if you picture the idea of dying and the experience, it's reasonable to assume that it produces two experiences: pain, because we've talked about it, and also anxiety, anticipation of death, which can very likely produce anxiety and fear in people. And so I'm trying to treat both of those things. And so that's why, it's not, synergy might mean that like one makes the other more effective. It's not quite right. Is that you're using two drugs that are distinct, but are working together to treat two separate problems.
So does 1 + 1 = 5?
Not that I know of. No, it does not.
Okay,
And
let's put that in context.
Sure.
So
Are you talking mathematically, or are you talking the effect?
The effects. I'm referring to the effects.
So fentanyl does not make midazolam work better. It doesn't make midazolam a more effective anxiolytic, like to reduce anxiety. And midazolam does not make fentanyl a more effective pain control. So they're not synergistic in that way.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot. We've heard that there is no maximum dose as it relates to opioids and palliative care. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Because the dose that is, the dose is really the effective dose. That's the dose. And because everyone can be different with how much they need, to use, the concern would be if you set some dose and said, you can't give any more than this, there will be most certainly someone who needed more and didn't get it, okay? And then that person would die in pain. And so we understand that this idea of, where we agree that there should be pain control, the practice is not to specify a dose per se, but to say, give what is needed, give what is effective.
And who determines that?
That's, clinical practice. I mean, if you look, for example, the American Medical Association has a statement on end-of-life care. And in their statement, they say, treat to control symptoms. And they don't specify rightly the drug nor the dose, because they understand that it might be different.
Is that on purpose, or is that just because somebody forgot to say there's a high dose limit, or this is the top and no one should go because that would be lethal?
That's based on the experience of doing this work, over, many, many years and many thousands of hours of combined practice of people. Like these things are gathered up by the practice. So, and that's how these positions are communicated.
So, is it based on your training, experience, and research that the reason there's no max dose is because it's patient-specific, or it must be what the doctor believes is appropriate?
I mean, it's obviously patient-specific, and it's also based upon, a doctor's, view as to how much they think a person can need. And, some people, like, I've met, doctors are not all on the same page on this, okay? Like some doctors, feel that pain, might give small quantities, and others give large quantities. And those that give small quantities might think that whatever, the patient doesn't need it, or the patient can manage without it, or have some other kind of notion about how much pain someone should get. Like I said, the easiest pain to bear is someone else's. So, I, as an anesthesiologist, I'm expert in the relief of pain, okay? And so in that way, I have a strong clinical experience with dosage and pain relief. And it's something, that anesthesiologists are particularly, plugged into and expert in.
I don't understand that there's no max dose, because we hear people overdosing all the time. Why is,
Sure.
How does that play a role with your opinion?
So, we need to acknowledge that we're living in a strange time with respect to opioids and pain. Ohio has not been spared the problem that is the opioid epidemic. I imagine that people in this jury may have known someone even who have died or who've become injured.
Sustained.
So I'm mindful to our reaction to opioids.
Okay. The objection was sustained. Your question.
Yeah. Tell us more about the issue of why. How is it related between medicine and people overdosing?
Right. So when a person overdoses on opioids, of course, clearly they're not doing that under a doctor's order. They become addicted, and now they're seeking to try to control a very serious addiction, and that's what they're doing, and they make mistakes. When a doctor is taking care of you, of course, a doctor is regulating and titrating and feeding back on what your pain control is. So opioids are, when opioid overdose is self-administered, and it's not under the direction of a doctor, and it's under a very different kind of circumstance. It's a mistake, okay, and that's why that happens.
Is there another reason why people are overdosing on fentanyl?
Well, so it used to be, medicine's relationship with pain control, again, is a complicated one. And there was an edict, okay, that said,
A what?
an edict,
What's that?
like a declaration, okay, like a pronouncement, okay, that said, henceforth, pain control is a vital sign. So you have to do pain control, okay? Then if you don't, as a doctor, provide pain control, you're not practicing, proper medicine. It was a very big deal, okay? And so everyone, wanted to prescribe pain control. And so opioids were widely prescribed, okay, because people were concerned that if people were walking around with pain, that would be a terrible thing. Now, in our enthusiasm for that, of course, we failed to appreciate, the addictive nature of opioids. And that was a huge, tragic mistake. So then what happened was, okay, oops, we've made a mistake. We know we've addicted all of you. Sorry about that. We're going to now have a new edict. And the edict is, from now on, you can't give anyone with chronic pain more than this quantity. It was just a number. And it said, okay, no one can get more than this. Now, the problem with that is that many people were now addicted and required 2 or 3 times that dose. So now the doctor says, I'm not giving you any more, okay? And so what do you do when you're an opioid addicted person? Well, then you try to find it in other places.
Objection. Relevance.
Sustained. Let's tie into something else here.
I think this.
It's
Well,
a good
actually,
time for lunch. I got the idea that's where you were going. So, ladies and gentlemen, we get started back at 1. It gives you an hour and 10 minutes. Have a happy lunch. Remember the admonitions.
All
We'll
right.
see you back at that time.
Love you, sir.
Have a great lunch, guys. Okay. You may be seated. Doctor, you're currently on the stand. You cannot discuss your testimony here today, how you testified, what you testified to. You can answer a factual question, but you cannot relate on how you're testifying or something that you testified to. You understand?
Yes.
You're excused till 1 o'clock. We're trying to move you out of the courtroom so we can talk. Not to be rude or anything. Don't go completely away, Mr. Baez. Anything for the record?
Nothing from us.
Nothing from the state.
Okay. You probably need to capture that too by a shot or something.
Capture. Yes.
Well, I'm just saying.
I'll put a sticker on it.
You put it out fair game. Doesn't mean she can't mess with it.
Right.
But if you want to preserve it, I would say take a picture.
Okay.
Because it's demonstrative in nature. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Miss, anything for the record, Mr. Baez?
No, sir.
Miss Mick?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 1 o'clock. back in. Looks like we got everybody. Are they ready to roll?
I believe so, Judge.
Let's do it.
Was it, right? Yeah. You know, if there was blood, exclusively wasn't there blood. That's how people go out. Yeah, got out from underneath the table because the science was bad. Yeah.
Are we ready? All rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Doctor, you're still under oath, Mr. Baez. We'll continue on. I hope, ladies and gentlemen, you had a great lunch.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, we didn't meet during the break, correct?
We did not.
Okay. Sent you off on your own, did I?
You did.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your bioethics background and how it relates to the doctrine of double effect.
Okay.
Okay. Is the doctrine of double effect applied in palliative care, in palliative withdrawals and palliative care?
I think the answer to that is no. It really isn't.
And is there a debate on that? I mean,
There is certainly a debate on that. There is.
And is that because death is an intended result or an expected result?
I think that one of the problems of the doctrine of the double effect is it's also kind of overly simplistic, of the way it tries to kind of explain the problem. But yes, at the end of life where death is expected, it's arguable that it may not strictly apply.
Okay. And has it been argued that it applies in the dosage, in the use of opioids?
The struggle with the doctrine of the double effect is this idea that when something is done, there can be two effects. One effect is positive and one effect is negative. And if the positive effect exceeds the negative effect, and the positive effect is the intended effect, then according to this doctrine, it's okay to do it. So I think that the doctrine of the double effect, though, of course, doesn't say anything about specific dosages or specific drugs. It's just really, it's a broad idea that's, an old idea, but that's basically what it is.
Is it also utilized in the context of the pain being the bad?
Yes, so, I think that pain, when people think about the doctrine of the double effect, classically, it's the idea of having two effects that are present. And so one way to configure it would be that the desired effect is to relieve pain, and the undesired effect would be that pain would remain. And so it would be, again, one is seeking, I suppose, the positive effect, which is to relieve pain, but understanding that the negative effect might be that pain is not relieved. Again, it's a very broad kind of concept that I think probably oversimplifies, really what is actually happening around these kinds of conversations at the end of life.
Is it fair to say that it's utilized in lots of medical peer-reviewed literature?
People, we always are trying to kind of do, basically it actually is kind of suggested in basic bioethical conduct, okay? And so there's something in bioethics which is called, which is described as 4 principles, okay? The 4 principles of bioethics. And these things go like this. The first principle is to do no harm. And we call that, the fancier name for that is the principle of non-maleficence, okay? Number 2 is the principle that is to do good. And that's one's called beneficence. And then there are 2 others. Number 3 is the principle of autonomy, that a patient has a right to kind of rule themselves. And number 4 is something called social justice or distributive justice, which is basically a fancy name for rationing. So in the first 2 principles, non-maleficence and beneficence, it kind of sets itself up as a doctrine of the double effect kind of idea. So as a doctor, I might do things to patients all the time that might be painful. So for example, vaccination. Okay, a vaccination hurts, or a needle hurts. That's the effect. But of course, and that effect arguably might seem to be maleficent. It's causing pain. It's not non-maleficent, so it hurts. But the on the opposite of that would be beneficence, that I'm doing something that's painful for the sake of doing something that's better, which is to get you well. And so that kind of dichotomy is always present, really fundamentally in medical practice, that doctors sometimes have to do things that are difficult and painful for people because they appreciate that the final effect, the better effect, will be that they would get better.
So is that kind of like, for example, in a scenario where CPR is given, ribs are broken, that punctures someone's lungs, and they could die?
Well, I mean, sure, that, CPR, CPR stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It's kind of a broad term.
But I mean, as it relates to the double effect.
Yeah, so, you're certainly doing something that's painful to someone, but, you're doing it because, you're seeking a different effect, a better effect, a beneficial effect, recognizing there's going to be some pain in what you do.
On paragraph 19 of your report, it states the use of opioids to reduce pain and dying are justified under the bioethical concept known as the doctrine of double effect. How does that relate to palliative care specifically?
I think that, palliative care specifically does not seek ever to end a person's life. It's a bright line that distinguishes between seeking death, which would be something like euthanasia, versus controlling symptoms. And palliative care, understands which side of the line it is on. It is not on the side of the line that would ever advocate doing something that specifically is intended to end someone's life. So palliative care is really all fundamentally about the control of unpleasant symptoms, around the time of dying, and that's really what it's concerned with primarily.
Okay. Now, when I want to talk a little bit about hastening death. Does removal of a terminal patient who is actively dying, does the removal of them from a ventilator hasten death?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does the removal of vasopressors hasten death?
Yes, it can.
And so just overall, does the removal of any other life support measures hasten death?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about paralytics. How long is the duration of action in cisatracurium?
Cisatracurium.
Yes, that's the one.
All right. That's about 30 minutes when you give it, something like that.
Okay. And is that is that fairly established in the medical community?
In what capacity?
Is that pretty much what is taught through training, experience, and education?
In terms of how long the drug would last, you mean? Or yeah, cisatracurium is a drug that's, when injected, produces paralysis, temporary paralysis of muscles.
Yeah.
It lasts about 30 minutes when you inject it.
And is it common to use that when intubating someone?
Sometimes when a person is intubated, that is, the breathing tube is placed in their mouth, that a paralytic, cisatracurium or others, can be used to create a better circumstance that would allow intubation, this placing of the tube in the mouth, to be conducted more easily. So it's a pretty standard kind of thing to use a paralytic as part of a sequence of drugs in order to intubate someone.
Now, I want to ask you about anoxic brain injury. When someone who has anoxic brain injury, do they still feel pain, suffering, and anxiety?
I mean, all of those things can very much occur even when someone has had an anoxic brain injury.
In your experience, when discussing that with patients and families, is anoxic brain injury an easy concept for them to understand?
I think that anoxic brain injury is an extremely kind of complicated idea. And it's so kind of counter to our own experience. And we experience our wakefulness, our alertness, our orientation, all of these kinds of things. Like, we experience them normally effortlessly. We don't think about the act of being awake and conscious and oriented and so on. But many illnesses can push us away from that. An anoxic injury, and that's a word for a lack of oxygen to the brain, creates kind of a varied kind of picture. And the picture can be anything to where there's profound injury, where the brain just is absolutely fundamentally dysfunctional in any of the places that would normally create kind of who we are, where we are, our relationships, our capacity to learn, to know, to recognize people. All of that can be gone with an anoxic brain injury, or it can be something milder. It can be something that can result in confusion, disorientation, weakness. It's sort of a scale of things depending upon kind of the state of the person's health, how long they were anoxic for. I would add, too, that it doesn't take very long to get anoxic injury. So the brain needs oxygen constantly. And maybe as a corollary, think about how long you could hold your breath for comfortably. A minute and a half. That's about as long as the brain can hold its breath for, too. So after a minute or so of a lack of circulation, the brain starts to die. It starts to get injury. It happens very quickly.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about tolerance, if I can briefly. How long does it take for a person to develop tolerance to opioids?
Tolerance is a situation where a person is given a drug and they have a certain dose, and then when re-exposed to that dose for the same symptom, it is no longer effective. So they need to give a higher dose. That's sort of the idea of tolerance. And for opioids, it can happen over, if you're taking them regularly, over just a few days. After a few days of taking opioids regularly, you are developing tolerance to it. So it happens pretty quickly.
And can a person develop tolerance by taking opioids at home?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And how is the doctor supposed to gauge that?
Well, it depends, of course, on conversations and, how it's being used and what the problem of pain is. Like, the prescribing of opioids is ideally placed for people who have kind of acute, discrete pain. So that is that, maybe an injury or something where they think the injury will heal, and then the need for pain control will gradually, naturally subside as the injury resolves. So when you're given, when you have chronic pain, which is can be not an uncommon and very difficult and challenging thing to treat, then you're filling opioid prescriptions month after month. And the problem is that if the underlying pain doesn't get any better, then the need for opioids will be escalating, all the time. And it's tricky sometimes, to know. Again, as I said before, there's no kind of blood test or machine that you can apply to a patient that says this patient has this much pain. You only have the history, the story that people tell you, how they're using it and how much pain and pain control they're getting from it.
Okay. Can a person develop tolerance by using heroin?
Heroin is an opioid, like the others, and yes, people can use heroin and develop broadly opioid tolerance as a consequence that would then impact the amount of other kinds of opioids that might be needed.
What about Carfentanil? What is Carfentanil?
Yeah, so Carfentanil is a synthetic opioid. And it's extremely potent. So it's 100 times as potent as fentanyl. And so it's actually specifically used for giving opioids or anesthetizing elephants, okay? Because an elephant is 16,000 pounds. And so if you try to use morphine or hydromorphone or even fentanyl, you need buckets of it. So it's super highly concentrated. It's so concentrated that, of course, it's extremely dangerous. So even a drop of it would kill you, potentially, if you're exposed to it, because it's so powerful an opioid in such a small quantity. In fact, it's weaponized, and can be used as a chemical agent.
I'll permit it.
So, it's a highly, highly potent synthetic opioid that's 100 times more potent than fentanyl.
We've heard a lot about elephants, they don't get a fair shake in this courtroom. So let me ask you this, how much does it take to put down an elephant?
Objection.
Sustained. You don't have enough foundation there for that one.
Are you familiar with how much carfentanil it would take to
Objection.
tranquilize an elephant?
Sustained. Lay a foundation.
That's all right, I'll move on.
No, we need to approach, Your Honor. I don't think he gets to say when we approach or not.
Well, I get to say whether you approach or not. The question withdrawn?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question and the answer.
Now, Doctor, I'd like to ask you about acidosis. How does a pH level affect dosing?
So pH, I need to answer that by talking about pH.
Objection. May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. Hi, guys. Sorry it took a little longer, but I needed to stretch my legs a little bit, guys. Blame me. Okay? You got a request to go? Let's take 10 total minutes. That's not until when? Let her go. Guys, get her on out. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, okay, there's been complaints about the noise level at times. You're not to talk while testimony's on, okay? Understand that's a direct order. If you get caught, you could be subject to contempt. Is that understood by everybody? And there's all kinds of nasty things I can do to you. The lawyers have been quieted. Now you are quieted, and it solves the problem. Okay? It's not being special to you. It's everybody now is that way. Anything for the record?
Nothing for me.
Okay, you guys have 10 minutes. Okay, doctor, you're still under oath. I hope you guys had a nice break, Mr. Baez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Zivot, we left off on pH. Okay. What is pH in acidosis?
So pH is a scale, a number scale, and the numbers go from 1 to 14. And what the scale is it's a scale used in chemistry to compare two properties of certain kinds of chemicals. Certain kinds of chemicals are called acids, and other kinds of chemicals are called bases. These are maybe things you've heard of, some of these terms. Like, for example, people might know of acid reflux or something like that in the stomach. So, these are, again, like it's a naturally occurring kind of property of chemicals, and this scale describes it. Now, in the scale, the number 7 represents something that is neither an acid nor a base. And at 7, we call that neutral. And the chemical that is neutral at 7 is actually water. So when you go above 7, it's considered to be a base. And below 7, it's considered to be an acid. And these things can be measured. Now, what's important about pH is although it's only numbers from 1 to 14, it uses a very specific kind of mathematical technique. And sorry, I know most people don't like to hear about math, so apologies in advance, but I hope I can explain this in a fairly straightforward way. So pH uses something called a log scale. And what is a log scale?
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay, well, instead of a number, when you go from 1 to 2, although you just go from 1 to 2, you're actually increasing the size of the number by a factor of 10. So 1 to 2 is 10 times, so 2 is actually 10 times bigger than 1. And 3 is actually 100 times bigger than 1, and so on. Now, why is it like that? Well, because you're actually talking about numbers that are really, really huge, okay? And it's hard for us to get around really big numbers. Now, I hope that this last example will make this clear. So there is actually a log scale that all of you might know, that maybe you didn't realize that's what it was. And that's something called the Richter Scale. And the Richter Scale is a scale used for earthquakes. Okay, now there may be earthquakes in Ohio, I think that there are. And sometimes you'll see flashed on the news, there's an earthquake, and maybe even you've been in an earthquake and you felt it. And so earthquakes might be, on the Richter scale, I think it goes up maybe to 10 or 9. Each number then represents a 10-fold increase in the strength of the earthquake. So to put this in perspective, if you have an earthquake that's on, say, 2 or 3 on the Richter scale, you might not even feel it. It might be very subtle. When you start to go up to 4, 5, 6, those are earthquakes that not only you feel, but they start to cause damage. Now, there was that very famous earthquake that caused a big...
We're getting a little far afield here. I sustained.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the normal range for pH?
So the normal range for pH is between 7.35 and 7.45.
At what point does it become a very serious or dangerous thing? At what point does the acidosis become life-threatening?
Well, when the pH drops below 7, you're really in serious trouble. And I would honestly say that a pH anything less than 7.35 is already very abnormal. So I would be concerned about a pH of 7.3 or a pH of 7.2. So even though the number seems pretty close and pretty small, it actually represents, because it's a log scale, a very, very big difference. So someone whose pH is 7.2 has a lot of extra acid circulating in their bloodstream than someone with a pH of 7.35. And someone with a pH of less than 7 is life-threatening. That low, that degree of acid, is extremely abnormal in the body.
Why would a pH level be a dosing factor?
So the way that the body is designed is that acid-base thing has a very important impact on the way that body systems, chemical body systems work. So one of the ways that information is passed around the body is through proteins, for example. Proteins are large molecules. And the way that these molecules work is they actually have a kind of a shape. So you may see pictures of these things, and of course they're always two-dimensional. But in the body, they're three-dimensional structures. Now, if a certain kind of structure, they fit and work in a certain sort of way. And when the pH changes, the structure changes. So pHs will change the protein configuration. And when the protein changes its shape, it doesn't work anymore. And so the body starts to break down. So all these kind of chemical messengers are very much dependent on that very specific band of pH. And when you drop below, it all starts to fall apart.
Now, I want to turn focus to the 14 patients in this case. We've heard a lot about it, so don't worry, I'm not going to have you here for 2 days.
Okay?
But you had the opportunity to review all the records for all 14 patients, correct?
Yes.
And that included the dose amounts given during the palliative withdrawals, correct?
Yes.
Including the fentanyl, Versed, and Dilaudid, as per their respective patients, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you state that upon review of the medical facts, each of the 14 patients suffered a variety of severe and unrecoverable illnesses. After reviewing the records, do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
And does that pertain to Bonnie Austin, Joanne Belisari, Danny Millette, Rebecca Walls, Brandy McDonald, Beverly Schertzringer, Francis Burke, Melissa Penix, Ryan Hayes, James Allen, Troy Allison, James Timmons, Sandra Castle, and Jeremiah Hodge?
I'm going to take it on faith that those are all the names. I believe that those are all the names, so yes.
Okay. Now, you also state, in each case, recovery to a normal state of health was not possible. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
And that relates to all of the 14 patients that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. And you also state in your report that the underlying illnesses that, let me use your exact words if I can, to a certain extent, to sum it up. You also state that the underlying medical state was the cause of death for these 14 patients. Does that apply to Bonnie Austin?
Yes.
Joanne Belisari?
Yes.
Danny Millette?
Yes.
Rebecca Walls?
Yes.
Brandy McDonald?
Yes.
Beverly Schertzringer?
Yes.
Francis Burke?
Yes.
Melissa Penix?
Yes.
Ryan Hayes?
Yes.
James Allen?
Yes.
Troy Allison?
Yes.
James Timmons?
Yes.
Sandra Castle?
Yes.
And Jeremiah Hodge?
Yes.
And this is after reviewing their underlying medical condition as well as the dose that they were given at palliative excavation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Cross?
One second, Your Honor.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Dr. Zivot, Taylor Mick, on behalf of the state of Ohio. How are you doing today?
Hi, Taylor.
Dr. Zivot, you've testified as an expert witness in other cases before, correct?
Yes.
Do you write your own reports in the cases?
Yes.
Do you update your own CV?
Yes.
Right. Doctor, have you testified as an expert in the case of the defendant is Zane Floyd out of Nevada?
Yes.
And showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 59. Judge, do I need to do something to...
Should be up there. Says it's working. There we go.
Right. Showing you State's Exhibit 59. Is this your affidavit or report from the case of Zane Floyd?
It looks like it.
Does it state here at the top it's under penalty of perjury?
Yes, yes.
And then is that your signature at the end?
Yes.
And is this your CV that was attached to this report?
It looks like it.
Turning your attention here to section number 9 under education. Do you actually have a bachelor's of science degree?
This version was mistaken. It was prepared actually, I guess, by an admin who made a mistake. So I submitted actually a subsequent CV in this case that corrected that. I don't have a Bachelor of Science degree. It's not required for entry to medical school in Canada.
Do you have a Master's of Science and from the University of Toronto?
No, I have a fellowship in anesthesiology. It doesn't say Masters of Science.
In section number 9?
Section number 9. No, that's incorrect. So I think that these things were made by my admin, which I did not see, and I've corrected them.
But I thought you just testified, do you not prepare your own CVs and reports?
Well, I prepare my own CV, but I didn't see those things.
You didn't see that you put down that you have 2 degrees that you don't?
Those were mistakes, and I see them, but they weren't by me, or certainly not intended.
Would you agree with me that you didn't actually update that until you were cross-examined about that under oath?
I didn't notice it. It's a long document. It's like 26 pages or something, so I just missed that.
But it was a document you prepared?
Yes, it was.
Doctor, is it fair to say that you're a vocal advocate against lethal injection?
A vocal advocate against lethal injection. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Have you published multiple articles against lethal injection?
I have concerns about lethal injection, and I've stated so, yes, publicly.
Have you done interviews about that?
I have.
Have you done international news interviews about that?
I have.
Have you testified as an expert multiple times on that topic?
I have.
Is it fair to say you are also, in the same term, using vocal advocate in that same way, a vocal advocate against what is known as doctor-assisted suicide or medical assistance in dying?
Yes, yes.
And the same question with regard to euthanasia in the context of euthanizing human beings?
Yes.
And you said you've written articles on these topics.
I have.
Have you also done a TED Talk on this topic?
I have.
Doctor, I want to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60. it. Doctor, what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60 is an article titled Gorsuch Grapples with Death, A Physician's Viewpoint by Joel Zivot. Did you write this?
I did.
All right. At the top of this page, it reads, all human beings are intrinsically valuable and the intentional taking of human life by private persons is always wrong. Is it correct you're quoting now Justice Gorsuch at this point?
Yes.
And then it continues here, private persons refers to physicians as it is generally uncontested that private citizens should not kill others in the normal course of events. Did you write that?
Yes.
It also then continues, doctors have the power to spin a convincing case for withdrawal of care when patients are ill, and the patients' families believe that the choice before them is the only one. It is important to recognize that so empowered, some physicians will act to end life. Did you write that?
This is in the context of euthanasia, though, is what I was referring to here.
But did you write this?
I wrote that, yes.
And down here, I don't know if Gorsuch approaches this as an intellectual exercise or his end-of-life view is drawn from first-hand experience. Regardless, he is absolutely right in the position he takes against physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia. If we permit our doctors to kill us, doctors can and will abuse this freedom. Did you write that?
That's what it says.
And this is actually, you're speaking in the context of physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia, not lethal injection, correct?
Correct.
I would now like to turn to State's Exhibit 61. Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen. You may.
Dr. Zivot, showing you State's Exhibit 61. Have you seen this article before?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Can you please turn to the second page?
Objection, Judge.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give her a little leeway here, but you gotta tie it in.
Okay, what am I,
For the record, he stated.
I heard what he said.
I'm sorry, you want me to read out this?
No, I don't want you to read it. I want you to look at the second page, and there's a quote there. Is that your quote?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Doctor, I'll turn to State's Exhibit 62.
Object beyond the scope. Objection beyond the scope.
Let me see it. Is this some of the last one? Well, let's take it. I'm going to sustain the objection for now, but you need to lay a foundation. You can show it to him.
Dr. Zivot, showing you State's
Okay, I
Exhibit.
told her, I sustained your objection so far. I'm permitting her to approach the witness to see if she can lay the foundation.
Okay,
I treated everybody the same.
understood.
Dr. Zivot, showing you State's Exhibit 62. Are you familiar with this article?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head, but it doesn't mean that I haven't seen it in the past, but not currently.
Again, it's an article. Object to that. It's beyond the scope. I guess we approached it.
Use objection, Your
Yeah,
Honor.
we might as well.
Exhibit, oh, sorry. Are we? There's an article on your CV titled Anesthesia Does Not Reduce Suffering at the End of Life by Joel B. Zivot, MD, FR, CPC from Emory University Hospital, laying the foundation. Is this?
Okay, hold on a second. Why don't you show it to him?
Doctor, did you write this?
What's the exhibit number?
63, I believe.
Okay.
Can I read this? Can I take a moment to read it?
Yeah. You need to do that in order to recognize it.
I recognize this, yes.
Did you author that?
Yes.
Just for the record, that was State's Exhibit 63. Actually, may I approach again?
Sure.
Now that you've reviewed this article, do you recognize State's Exhibit 62 as the
Objection, Judge, I don't know what she's showing.
same thing I just showed?
I don't think that actually refers to that.
Okay. She's asking the questions. You can't analyze what she's asking. Just answer them, please.
Doctor, if I can show you State's Exhibit 63 again, and have you look at the references here of articles that you were citing?
Oh, I see. You're saying this is a site for this as opposed to this addresses that, which it doesn't. It's a different, this is, of course, addressing, paper by others. So that's just a reference for this. Yes. Okay. This is a long time ago, actually, too, so it's hard to remember it.
All right, Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 63, the article that you just identified that you authored, titled Anesthesia Does Not Reduce Suffering at the End of Life. You did write this letter to the editor,
I did.
and it starts that it is addressing an article, Billings, and then it's cited 1 with this reference 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this article, it reads, anesthetic unconsciousness is not sleep, it is not restful nor natural. Did you write that?
Yes.
It also reads, the suggestion that anesthesia reduces suffering at the end of life is speculation only. Did you write that?
Yes.
It continues, what anesthesia does provide is the appearance of calm in the dying patient as witnessed by the observer. To suggest otherwise is at best misinformed, at worst theatrical. Did you write that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
All right, Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 64, last rites assisted suicide is neither dignified nor painless by Joel Zivot. Did you write this?
Yes, I did. Right.
Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 64. It reads, as a doctor and expert witness against the use of lethal injection for execution in America, however, I am quite certain that assisted suicide is not painless or peaceful or dignified. In fact, in the majority of cases, it is a very painful death. Did you write that?
I did. Of course, we're not talking about assisted suicide.
Slow down.
Here.
Doctor, you also wrote, advocates of assisted dying owe a duty to the public to be truthful about the details of killing and dying. People who want to die deserve to know that they may end up drowning, not just falling asleep. Did you write this?
I did.
Thank you. Doctor, is it also fair to say that you've been an outspoken critic of using medication to curate the experience of dying for the sake of people observing the individual's death at bedside?
You're specifically referring, I think, to the death rattle, so I understand your question. And if you're talking about that, then yes, I've commented on that.
Doctor, I want to show you State's Exhibit 70.
Can I see it?
Okay, sorry.
Beyond scope and contrary to course written.
I'm sorry, and?
Contrary to
Contrary
course
court
written.
written. Let me see. Okay. They're on the side. Mr. Baez, would you care to join us?
Doctor, are you familiar with the silence trials on the death rattle?
I believe so.
Isn't it true that you have actually criticized these trials?
If you're, yes, I believe that's, yes.
It's true that you criticized specifically the use of medication to silence the death rattle?
A specific medication.
Doctor, have you also said that the death rattle is not...
Objection.
I haven't heard the rest of the question. Go ahead.
Have you also said that the death rattle is not believed in the common medical assumption to be painful?
I think it's unclear is the problem.
No, her question is, did you say that?
You'll have to show me where, I don't know.
You don't
quoting me,
remember
or-
whether you said it or not?
I don't know. If you're quoting me, then you could show me the quote.
Your Honor, may I refresh his recollection?
Well, you haven't asked the question.
Is there something I could show you to refresh your recollection?
That it's written that I said that.
We have no objection.
Okay.
And identifying it, this is State's Exhibit 70. Directing your attention to this second paragraph.
So, I'm sorry, ask me your question again.
Have you written that it is the common medical assumption that the death rattle is not distressing to the patient?
The common medical assumption, though, maybe I could actually back up.
Your Honors,
Well, I can't answer
Well,
your
hold on,
question.
don't read out loud. Read the thing and then answer her question.
I can't answer with a yes or no exactly the way you're asking it.
Okay? Then you can't answer it yes or no.
I can't answer it yes or no.
Can I have that, please?
Yeah.
So, Doctor, just to clarify, you cannot answer with a yes or no whether you have written that the
Objection, asked and answered.
I'm clarifying
Well,
what.
he's repeating, okay?
I want to clarify what he can't answer yes or no.
He said that he refreshed his memory and he couldn't answer yes or no whether that refreshed his memory.
As to whether
So
he
you
wrote.
have to take that as a no. Well,
I think he said he can't answer it with a yes or a no, not that it didn't refresh his recollection.
okay. Did it refresh your recollection reading that?
I see that, but I can't answer it yes or no.
Well, the question is a yes or no question. It's not in between. Did that refresh your memory?
Well, if the question is, did it refresh my memory? Yes, it refreshed my memory.
All right, now that your memory has been refreshed, have you written that the common medical assumption is that individuals are not distressed by the death rattle?
Objection, asked and answered.
Well, overruled.
I think that in order to understand that, I would have to give some more context to that paragraph, or that sentence that you excerpt. I think on its own, it may be misunderstood what I meant.
I'll move on from that, Doctor. Doctor, just to actually, before I move on, you've also done podcasts on the topic of the death rattle, correct?
Correct.
And in those podcasts, would you have discussed the common medical assumption?
Podcast, I think
Podcast.
singular. I don't know. I can't recall.
State's Exhibit 65, written by him. Doctor, do you recall writing an article titled When Patient and Doctor Disagree?
May I see?
Okay, so you would need it to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Showing from State's Exhibit 65.
This is a letter, is what it is. And this.
Sorry, did you author that letter?
Let's look at this. Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 65, when patient and doctor disagree, which you have authored. This reads, which week a patient arrives in the ICU might mean the difference between life and death. Doctors spin powerfully and patients and families believe that the choice before them is the only one. That's what you wrote, correct?
Because that was what the study said,
This is what you wrote, correct?
in reference to the study.
Okay. So you did write this.
In reference to the study.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When you're talking that doctors have biases that may impact their decisions and their discussions with family, do you still agree with that statement?
I think that doctors are people and they can have biases, yes.
And you, as you indicated, I believe that you have read studies that support that conclusion.
Yes, the doctors have been known to have biases. That's well known.
And Doctor, you actually teach medical students and residents and things like that, correct?
I do.
Do you teach them about the discussion that they need to have with families at the end of life?
Yes.
You've actually talked about that in your TED Talk as well, correct?
I believe so.
Am I correct in thinking that you probably take pride in education and teaching the next generation of doctors?
Take pride, yes, sure.
And you would find it to be an important part of your job?
To what?
Do you find it to be an important part of your job?
To be a teacher?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I correct in thinking that when you teach these students and future doctors, you're trying to teach them best practices for the end-of-life discussions with families, correct?
Yes.
Hypothetically, doctor, if you were teaching one of these future doctors and they said something in an end-of-life talk that you didn't agree with or feel was appropriate, would you try to help them improve for the next time?
I think you need to, that's a very broad question. So I guess I could answer it very broadly, which would be, perhaps depending upon, but I'd have to know exactly more specifically what you were talking about and how I might address that.
I can ask you some specifics then.
I'm going to object. This is all beyond scope.
Overruled.
Doctor, would it be acceptable to you for one of the doctors you were training to not present the family with all of the options available to them for end-of-life care?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
For example, if...
Okay, well, you need to rephrase the question. I didn't get your question.
I'm going to rephrase right here. To explain doctor, are you familiar with the status of being full code?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a DNR-CC order?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a DNR-CCA?
Yes.
So hypothetically, if a doctor you were training approached a family at the end of life and they told them the options were full code or DNR-CC and they didn't present the option of DNR-CCA, would you find that problematic?
I would have to hear the whole conversation to know. I would need to know the whole conversation.
Do you find you're big into ethics, correct?
Big into ethics.
Do you find the concept of informed consent to be important?
I think informed consent is an important concept, yes.
What does informed consent mean to you in that context?
It means that to the best of our ability, we provide patients with all the necessary information that they are able to manage and that they desire in order for them to make the best and most informed choice that would reflect their own particular wishes and desires.
When you say that you need to provide them with all of the necessary information, would you find providing them with the 3 code status options to be necessary information before asking them to make a decision?
It depends on what kind of conversations had taken place already and what they were saying. Sometimes people want some information and sometimes they want other information. It's dynamic and situational.
In what situation would it be appropriate for a doctor to not present a family with all of the options?
Well, you need to clarify what you mean when you say all of the options.
In what
and I think you're talking about broadly whether or not they want to proceed or whether they don't want to proceed, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, Your Honor, or sorry, not Your Honor. Dr. Zivot, I'm talking about all of the options as in, hypothetically, a patient is unresponsive. They can no longer make decisions for themselves. The family member that is the proxy, the power of attorney, has to make the decision now on behalf of that patient. There's no advance directive. Would you find it appropriate to not present that power of attorney with all of the options that they could make on behalf of that patient?
Well, there are basically 2 options. One option is to proceed and with all kinds of care, and maybe that would be further subdivided into, say, something but not something else. And the other option would be to configure something that would be more like the direction towards palliative care. So those are the options, and I believe that in these cases that was the discussion that was taking place.
Dr. Zivot, you are aware that there is an option for a DNR CCA and a DNR CC as codes, correct?
I'm aware that these are the kinds of designations that are present in this particular hospital.
So would it be appropriate to not present those options?
I would have to hear the whole...
Objection has to answer.
I'll permit the question.
I would have to hear the whole conversation. Like these things, if you say to people, you can have DNR CC or DNR CCA, I think most people don't know what that means. So what you're really talking about, if you're saying by not saying, I said DNR CCA, therefore I didn't discuss it, I would have no way of knowing whether that was true or not true.
Doctor, I'm not asking you whether something is true or not true. I'm asking hypothetically, for a doctor to get informed consent, does he need to provide the family with all 3 options, what they mean, and let them make the choice between the 3 options?
Maybe you can tell me what the 3 options mean, and then I can answer your question.
Again, the 3 options are to be full code, to be DNR CCA, or to be DNR CC.
Well, I think that that is something that can be described in language and broadly, and so I think that that's my view on it. That you should inform patients, or in this case the proxy, of all those sorts of things, and to the best of their ability, they can then take that and decide what they want to do.
So to clarify finally, you are agreeing that you should...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Doctor, showing you states 71, Doctor, you were on the ASA Committee for Ethics, correct?
I was.
You authored a chapter in the syllabus on ethics, correct?
I did.
Showing you states Exhibit 71, Is this that syllabus on ethics?
Could be.
I can approach if you'd like to take a closer look.
Okay. Okay, I see this.
And is this the syllabus on ethics that you authored a chapter in?
I believe so.
Well, did you see your name as an author on this paper?
I see a piece of paper with my name on it, so I'll take it at face value that it is that document.
Right. Now showing you State's Exhibit 71. In this chapter that you wrote for, well, winding back, what is the purpose of the syllabus on ethics?
It's to provide information for practicing physicians on the subjects that are contained within the syllabus.
Is it sort of like a guideline on ethics?
It's information for people to use. Yes, I guess it's a guideline.
Okay. In this, did you write, it reads, the loss of decisional capacity is an extremely significant event for a person, and it is the responsibility of the proxy and the healthcare team to protect the interests of the person in question.
Yes.
Did you also write, physicians need to understand that they bring bias to every conversation and can spin information resulting in a proxy making very different decisions. No real discussion can take place unless all assembled are apprised of all of the relevant facts offered freely with neutral language.
Yes.
Did you also write, physicians need to acknowledge that they bring personal biases to the conversations and that these are so powerful to the degree that they might cause the physician to coerce rather than to inform a patient. Did you write that?
I did.
Did you also follow up and write, a strong bond among physician, patient, and proxy based on an honest, unbiased understanding of uncertainties and the facts allows the best opportunity for generating a healthcare plan most meaningful to the patient?
Yes.
And Doctor, would you agree it's important to follow these guidelines?
Well, I wrote them, so I guess I think it's pretty good.
Okay. And you would hope that other doctors would follow them as well?
Sometimes doctors do whatever they want to do. What can I say?
Doctor, going back to hypotheticals, let's say one of the doctors that you were training, they told a family in a proxy that their loved one was brain dead during this end-of-life talk, but no testing had been done to confirm whether this patient was actually brain dead. Would you find that to follow your teachings?
So are you saying that if a training doctor who probably shouldn't be having these conversations unmonitored anyway, so we're talking about something that would really not take place, because training doctors would not be put in charge of these sorts of conversations if they were, depending upon where they were in their training.
I can rephrase then.
Okay?
All right, hypothetically, if a doctor approached a family and told them that their loved one was brain dead during an end-of-life talk, but no testing had been done to confirm whether the individual was brain dead, would you find that to be true informed consent?
I think I would need to know why the doctor, if the doctor said that a person was brain dead, I guess I would need to know why they said that. So, testing for brain death is a confirmation test. So it's possible that a single doctor, upon examination, could really determine it. But the policy requires two physicians and some other factors, but a single physician certainly could have enough information to believe that the patient was in fact brain dead.
When you say a single doctor, are you referring to a neurologist?
No, not only a neurologist, other doctors too. I can declare people brain dead as well. I'm qualified to do that.
And why does that policy require two physicians to make that determination?
It's just a level of certainty, because if someone is brain dead, it means that they're dead.
So if someone is brain dead, does that mean that you can then ethically give them any dose of fentanyl that you want because they're dead?
No, if someone is dead, you don't need to give them any fentanyl because they're dead.
So if an individual is brain dead, you don't need to give them any fentanyl.
If a person is brain dead, you need to bury them. That's what you need to do.
If a person is brain dead and still on life support, and the family makes the decision to withdraw.
If a person is brain dead, they are dead. So whether or not a family chooses or not to choose, now there is some controversy around this, but I think the controversy is incorrect. A person that is brain dead is dead, and therefore they cease to have rights of the living. They are now dead, and so that's how they should be treated.
Okay, doctor, then under your view there, if you were treating a patient that was brain dead and family was withdrawing life support, would you give them fentanyl?
A person that is dead requires nothing. A person that is dead requires, because they are dead, they are no longer a person. And so as a non-person, they have a different set of rights and privileges than they would as a person. So there's no reason to give a dead person anything.
And
Former person.
when you're referring to them as former people, they still have a heartbeat, correct?
That doesn't mean that they're dead. Brain dead means dead. So they can have a heartbeat, but they're dead. That's what brain death means.
Then why can a family choose to keep a brain dead individual on life support if they're a human that has, or former human that has no rights?
I would have to ask the law about that, because in certain jurisdictions, that's permitted for, I think, wrong reasons, and in other jurisdictions, it's not permitted.
Have you ever known someone that had a severe anoxic brain injury to recover?
Recover. I don't know what you mean when you say recover. To what state? To be completely recovered so they have no residual effects of the injury?
No, to wake up and be removed from life support.
And then what?
That's recovery. They've woken up and been removed from life support and continued to live.
I think I've said that anoxic brain injury can take different forms. So some people have anoxic injury and they might be able to be on a ventilator, for example, and they might be in some kind of state of unresponsiveness or diminished responsiveness. So if that's what you mean by recovery, then some people with anoxic injury can end up like that, yes.
Some people can end up waking up.
Well, I don't know that it's waking up exactly. It's not really, first of all, they're not really asleep when they have anoxic injury. And so when they become, they can have they can exhibit signs that can be quite distressing to people. For example, their eyes may be open and they may even look around. But they have no, it's clear that they have no understanding of what's around them, or not some easily measurable way. So you can be in their line of vision and you can call their name and there's no response. So open eyes, can occur in the setting of anoxic brain injury, but it doesn't mean that they're functional in any meaningful way.
Can a person that had an anoxic brain injury and was on a ventilator recover to the point that you just said functional in a meaningful way?
Well, I guess we're going to have to talk about meaningful. What do you mean when you say meaningful?
I was using your words, doctor. What did you mean?
I mean, I think that, most people would, meaningful recovery, I think, would be some, an ability to know people, to know who they are, to be able to interact, to manage their own affairs, maybe to walk under their own power, to not need a ventilator. So those are all the kinds of things that I think are meaningful recovery. And anoxic injury, is a serious injury. It can be gradations. So some people might be, when recovering from an anoxic injury, or may get to a state where they can be open eyes and on a ventilator, or even be extubated. But anoxic brain injury people generally are institutionalized. They need lots of round-the-clock care, and they can't take care of themselves, and they don't know who they are, and they don't know who you are, and that's anoxic brain injury.
Their family members could choose to bring them home and take care of them, though.
They could.
Okay. And doctor, just for clarification on this spectrum you've created of former person to person.
That's not my spectrum. That's what it is.
Okay. On that spectrum, where do you put a person that is technically has a heartbeat and is awaiting to see if they can have their organs donated?
Well, there's something, the only person that can actually donate an organ, a solid organ, so we're not talking about a kidney, I assume, we're talking about a heart or lungs or liver that would cause the death of a person if they were alive. We can't take organs from a living person. They can only be taken from dead people. Like brain dead is the reason why we have brain death is for the very reason that I think that you suggest, which is the removal of solid organs for the purposes of transplantation. There's something called the dead donor rule. We can't take organs from people that are alive. We can only take them from people that are dead.
So hypothetically, if a person was waiting to see if their organs were suitable to be...
This is all beyond the scope.
It's cross-examination. Hypothetically, if an individual was waiting to see, they were brain dead, as you've said, and...
Sorry, I don't know what you mean, waiting to see if they're brain dead?
No,
Waiting to
sorry.
see if they're...
I'm rephrasing. Strike that. If they are brain dead,
Yes.
do you have to run certain tests, or how do you determine if their organs are viable to be donated?
Well, I mean, first of all, there would have to be a consent that would be obtained from the family or the patient in advance to say that they were willing to be an organ donor. And then, once they're dead, it's actually handled in a very specific sort of way. So there is an organization called UNOS, United Network Organ Sharing, whose job it is to come over and manage now the body. Okay? So now it's a body that's being there maintained with circulation for the purposes of harvesting organs. That's no longer a living person. And once a person is declared brain dead in the ICU and there's conversation about organ donation, I, as the ICU doctor, have nothing more to do with that former person. That's now UNOS's job to manage that. I have nothing to do there with that.
Okay, what, hypothetically, if UNOS did all that and they determined that this individual was not suitable to donate their organs, is that passed back to you then, as the individuals in your ICU?
No, they're already dead. So then they go, they go to the morgue.
So they're in your ICU on life support, UNOS rejects them, you don't do anything?
It's just, I think they're just removed, they're removed and then they're taken. But remember, you're using a term incorrectly here, which is life support. This is now death support, okay, because these people are dead. So what you're talking about is just keeping the organs circulating for the purposes of possible organ donation, but they're not a living person. They're dead.
And is that just your medical opinion that they're dead?
I don't know what you mean when you ask me that, my medical opinion. You mean, is that an opinion that they're dead?
When you're saying they are dead, is that a medical status that you're saying, or is that a legal status?
That's a legal status.
Everywhere.
Well, I believe it's everywhere. I mean, I think there may be some, I don't know.
Well, discussing the law. Being
Yes.
asked about the law.
Let's stop.
I'll move on. So then I guess, doctor, if someone, or you, we'll say someone hypothetically, was brain dead, and now they're a former person, they're dead, they've been rejected for donating their organs, they need to be withdrawn from death support. Hypothetically, if a doctor gave them large doses of medication in this situation, would the doctrine of double effect apply to that?
I don't know why someone would, I'm not following you. This hypothetical, I don't know why anyone would give fentanyl to someone that is dead.
All right, thank you. That, I think, answers it well. Doctor,
Strike, objection, strike.
Basis?
Commentary, Judge.
Okay. As to your comment about that's sufficient, sustained,
it's fine.
or the extent you said it was
All right,
sustained.
so, doctor, I guess back to the hypothetical. A doctor is telling an individual that their loved one is brain dead when this hasn't been confirmed as part of the end-of-life talk. Would you find that to be coercive, or would you find that to be informed consent?
I don't have any opinion about that.
You don't have an opinion?
I don't know. I would need to know much more of that. When you say coercive, that's a very specific kind of claim, so I don't know whether it's coercive or not coercive.
Wasn't coercive the word that you actually used in the syllabus on ethics?
Well, but we're talking about your hypothetical. So in your hypothetical, you've asked me, is it coercive for a doctor to, and maybe ask it to me again?
I guess we can take it a step back. When you write that a doctor can coerce rather than inform a patient's family, what do you mean by that?
That sometimes doctors may, in their conversation, represent a point of view. I think that, this I think you've seen in this case. that doctors have different points of views. So what the caution here is to be mindful of one's point of view and how one's point of view, is brought to bear in a conversation. That's just something that a normal, well-trained, well-practicing doctor does.
Would a normal, well-trained, well-practicing doctor tell a family that their loved one was brain dead when no such studies had been done to confirm that?
I don't know. I would have to know more about that conversation. Like if you're not talking about something in this case, right? You're just talking about a hypothetical, which has nothing to do with this case.
Judge, she's asking me a question.
Well, I'm not aware that anyone is brain dead in any of these patients. I didn't see anyone that was brain dead.
All right, well, hypothetically, if Dr. Husel had told some of these families that their loved one was brain dead,
Go ahead and ask the question.
what would your opinion be on that?
I don't, then it would be a different matter entirely. It wouldn't be this matter. It's not written anywhere that I saw that Dr. Husel said anything like that.
Hypothetically, if a family member of one of these victims...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
All right. So I guess it's not written in anywhere that you saw it. You would agree that things that occurred don't always make it into the medical records?
True.
And you've reviewed the medical records in this case, correct?
I have.
How much detail was there on Dr. Husel's end-of-life talks?
Though I don't, when you say detail, I don't know what you mean. I think it was documented in some places that end-of-life talks took place.
And was there any description of what he said during those talks?
You'd have to show it to me to remind me. Doctor, I guess hypothetically, if someone had told 4 families that their individuals were brain dead without testing, would that...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. Maybe it's break time, guys, because I need a break.
Doctor, I just want to clarify, in creating your report in this matter, did you speak to any of the alleged victims' family members?
No.
All right. And Doctor, do you recall stating, I have certainly never given narcotics and thought, this is going to take away the pain of dying. It's not like anyone thinks this makes it less painful per se to die. It's unmeasurable and unknowable.
I don't know what that quote is from.
Is there something I can show?
I don't have any, I don't know.
Is there something I can show you to refresh your recollection?
I don't know.
Is that your answer?
Well, I don't know if there's something you can show me. Is there something you, yes,
There was some writing that may have reflected that. Might that refresh your memory?
yes.
All right. Can I refresh his recollection?
It's just a reflection.
Showing the doctor, State's Exhibit 66.
Well, I mean, this is in the, I think this is in the context of the death penalty. That's all. That statement.
Did this refresh your recollection?
Does that refresh your memory on whether you made that statement?
I see it's there in quotations. Yes.
So you agree that you made this
Judge, we
statement?
would object and move to strike based on his answer.
Well, he said yes, so you're objecting to the word yes?
No, that it's in reference to the death penalty.
May I clarify this? Because I don't believe he's
Well,
given any.
both are on competitive ground here right now. I suspect they're not considered punishment.
Respectfully, I don't think he's ever administered the death penalty to anyone. So if he's talking about medication he's given, that's not on the death penalty.
On a compound or situation. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Sorry.
any concept of death penalty is not permitted for you to consider. We've been through this with counsel, and anything that involves the comment death penalty or disregard. Now you can see what you can do with it.
Thank you. So, Doctor, you do recall stating, I have certainly never given narcotics and thought, this is going to take away the pain of dying. It's not like anyone thinks this makes it less painful per se to die.
Objection.
In the context of the death penalty.
Okay. Doc, did you hear what I said? So you're saying that the only way that you hold that opinion
Is in the context of the death penalty.
So in your medical practice, you don't hold that opinion?
That fentanyl takes away the pain of dying?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we try, but I can't be certain.
Doctor, if you say I certainly have never given narcotics and thought, have you ever given narcotics outside of the medical setting?
No.
Thank you. Doctor, you said that you were an expert in the matter of Zane Floyd in Nevada, is that correct?
Yes.
You were deposed in that matter, correct?
Yes.
And you also testified at an evidentiary hearing, is that correct?
I don't know the names of all of these things, if that's...
Did you testify in court before the judge?
I did.
All right.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is a case, this is a death
Okay, stop.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Wow, that was fast. Doctor, oh, sorry. Doctor, can you describe what chest wall rigidity is?
Chest wall rigidity is something that can occur in certain patients.
Objection beyond the scope.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
611C, oh.
May he finish his answer?
It's a stiffness that occurs in the muscles, primarily in the chest, that can sometimes occur in the setting of being given large doses of opioids.
And what do you mean by large doses?
Well, it's actually pretty variable. So I think that where chest wall rigidity was really, I think, commonly seen was in the circumstance of cardiac anesthesia, something which I have done. And in that circumstance, we were giving patients 100 mics per kilo of fentanyl. So a 70-kilogram person would be giving them 7,000 mics in a push. And when you give 7,000 mics in a push, certain patients kind of develop this sort of stiffness in their chest, and you're helping them with breathing. You need to help them with breathing.
You've previously testified that you've also seen this phenomenon in COVID patients that you've treated?
I think so. I think so.
And were those COVID patients being given 7,000 mics of fentanyl?
They were on continuous infusion, so they had received thousands of mics of fentanyl.
You previously stated, I think rigidity can create the situation where one can experience this, unexpected and terrifying experience of not being able to take a deep breath, correct?
Well, again, that was in the context of the death penalty. Okay, well then, yes.
You previously testified when you were using opioids in cardiac surgery, you saw this virtually all the time.
I saw it commonly.
You've previously described this as feeling like a heavy weight placed on the chest of a patient that prevents them from breathing. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's I can't recall if I used those words exactly.
Moving on to actual dosing, doctor, I noticed on direct you, when discussing dosing, you use terms like a good amount or a little. I didn't hear any specific numbers. So I want to go through some statements with you. Do you recall previously saying that you would never, there's no clinical situation where I'd be giving 2,500 mics of fentanyl to somebody who wasn't either intubated or going to be intubated because I would be concerned with the dose that there would be some respiratory effects. Is that correct?
Well, can you remind me where I said that?
So, you don't remember saying it?
I have to be reminded as to where it was that it was being said.
If I showed you your previous testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
So it was in the testimony is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I can look.
I think there might be an objection based on them both standing up behind me.
Yes, Judge.
context on where it's coming from. Okay? Any objection?
Will the witness be able to elaborate?
As long as it's in the context of explaining where it came from, fine. If it alludes to a penalty, no. So his answer when he said yes, but that was in a death penalty case, is acceptable. Okay? It is not to be considered for punishment purpose, but the mechanism that we're dealing with. Okay? Don't give it any special thing because it's a death case. It's just the context of where this came from. Anything else? Before I go any further, any objections?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
There's something else?
No, I was standing when I was addressing.
Oh, I thought you accidentally stood accidentally. Yeah. Ms. Nick?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And now, that wasn't the question. Any objection to my charge?
No.
Okay, continue on.
Doctor, yes or no? In a previous testimony, you were asked about a hypothetical and asked to assume that 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl were given, and you responded, well, you know, the only time I would do such a thing would be in the circumstances of an operation. Did you say that? Yes or no?
In the context of this death penalty case, yes.
Why would that, sorry.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what your direction, if I misunderstood your instruction, I apologize.
Okay.
Just to clarify, the only time you've given fentanyl is in...
Objection. This has been asked and answered now.
Okay, I haven't heard the whole question yet.
or in clinical hospital settings.
I missed the beginning of your question.
The only time that you have given fentanyl, observed the effects of fentanyl, anything like that, is in a hospital setting.
Correct.
Thank you. Do you recall that you were asked if a person that was breathing just regular room air, oxygen with no support, if they were given 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, if that would cause them to die? And you responded, I mean, you know, that's certainly one of the possibilities, yes? Yes or no?
I don't know what this is from.
If I showed you your previous testimony, would this refresh your recollection as to whether you said this?
I mean, can I answer? I'm assuming it's from the same thing that you asked, so it's from the death penalty case that you're asking me. So yes.
Do you recall being asked a hypothetical that if an individual was given 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, that you would expect to see some respiratory depression or hypoxia to set in within 5 minutes, and you answered, I would expect that would be one of the things I might see. Yes or no, did you say that?
I mean, can I read it? Like, I don't know whether you're, can you show it to me that I can read my words?
Your Honor, may I let the witness read his words?
You want to approach him and show him what he said?
Sure.
So you're asking me, did I say I would expect that would be one of the things I might see?
Yes.
I see that that's highlighted, yes.
So you said that.
There it is.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Doctor, do you recall testifying, or you previously testified, if a person was dying, say, in the consequence of illness in the hospital, and I didn't think that they were having any pain, then I wouldn't give them anything. So I wouldn't give them something where I'm seeking to kill them. They have to show me they're having some pain. So if they're not having In fact, this is a conversation I have with families all the time. And I say, let's be clear. The purpose of fentanyl in this case is to treat pain. But if we don't see pain, I'm not reaching for fentanyl. I'm just not going to give that.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Do you agree that you also said giving fentanyl to someone who isn't in pain doesn't make sense to me?
I would need to see what that was from.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mark it as.
We'll mark this whole transcript as State's Exhibit 55,
Refer to a page.
page 184.
There's two things that are highlighted here. I'm not sure, five, do you want me to read the highlighted part, or?
You can read it all, not out loud, but to yourself.
Okay, all right, I read that, okay.
All right. So, Doctor, do you agree that you said giving fentanyl to someone who is not in pain doesn't make sense to you?
In the context of that case, yes.
When you were, this was part of your previous statement I just asked you about, when you were talking about in the hospital setting, you wouldn't give fentanyl to someone that's not in pain. Is that correct?
Stay in the form of the question.
Is that correct? Okay. When you're saying, Doctor, you were under oath when you testified in this case, is that correct?
This case?
Yes. Do you recall, again, in the same case, you were asked if fentanyl is a good thing to use for palliative care at the end of life, and you answered with, and I quote, "If I intend to kill them with the opioid, then that would be murder, and I would not do that." You said that, correct?
Well, if I intended to kill someone, well, I'm sorry, read my quote again.
If I intend to kill them with the opioid, then that would be murder, and I would not do that.
Yeah, if I intended to kill someone, then that would be murder, so I would not do that.
Do you recall in that same case that you testified that if an individual did not have any pain, that 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be a sufficient dose to reach this?
This is all in the proper form.
Did you want me to finish, or?
Finish the question so I can.
Can you read back where I was, Sam? Sorry. Or I can just re-ask. I'll just re-ask it. In that same case, you testified that if an individual had no pain at all, 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be sufficient dose to reach the ceiling effect for pain relief. Is that correct?
I would have to know what was happening before to understand what I was saying there. I think it needs explanation. That's my concern.
Are you disputing that you said that?
No, I'm just asking if I can clarify that.
Specifically for context, you were being asked about the...
Objection in proper form.
I was going to ask a question after I... If you were being asked about the ceiling effect for pain relief when you're dosing fentanyl in a clinical setting, if you testified, did you testify that 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be a sufficient dose to reach that ceiling effect?
I don't, if a person is having no pain at all, I would not be sure why I would be giving them fentanyl if they had no pain. So I don't understand. I'm not following what you're asking me.
Do you recall, or you also testified, for some people, a small amount of opioid goes a long way. Is that correct?
For some people, a small amount of opioid goes a long way.
And what is a small amount of opioid in that context?
Well, for some people, I mean, I think for what person or what context? Because a person, who is, say, very, who is maybe slight of stature, who is in good health, has never taken any opioids, is not having any pain, if they were given an opioid, a small amount of opioid, they may feel it.
Do you recall, or you previously testified about hypoxia? If hypoxia is left unchecked and severe, then it may eventually cause, the heart to beat irregularly and then cause a heart attack or something like that. Is that correct?
Is this in the Zane Floyd case?
Yes.
So if you're asking me if hypoxia will have a negative effect on the heart, the answer is yes.
And what exactly is hypoxia?
Low oxygen.
And is low oxygen and hypoxia one of the potential side effects of fentanyl?
Well, yes, it can be.
All right. In the same case, when you were asked to describe the circumstances in which 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl could be fatal, you answered, to someone who is frail, someone who is critically ill, someone who is opioid naive. Those are the kinds of people that might, with a dose of that degree, might be the most at risk for death. You said that, correct?
This is in the Zane Floyd case.
Mm-hmm.
I think, was it 2,000 or 2,500?
The question was about 2,000.
I think that people who are frail, that 2,000 micrograms may, in certain circumstances, have a negative effect on them, yes.
Sorry, my question, doctor, was, did you say that 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl would be fatal to someone who is frail, someone who is critically ill, someone, who is opioid naive? Those are the kinds of people that might, with a dose of that degree, they might be the most at risk for death.
Well, I think I said at risk. I said they were at risk for a fatal reaction. I didn't say that it would be necessarily 100% fatal.
Do you recall when being asked if 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl can cause death without supplemental oxygen, you answered, in certain circumstances, the answer to that would be probably.
This is in the Zane Floyd case?
Yes.
So the answer is yes.
Doctor, would you agree that a fentanyl overdose or midazolam overdose can cause pulmonary edema?
Well,
That should be on the school.
Permitted.
I think so.
And you previously well, first, can you explain what a pulmonary edema is?
Pulmonary edema is fluid in the lungs, basically.
And you previously testified a pulmonary edema would likely manifest as difficulty with breathing, may first be accelerated breathing, maybe coughing, struggling to breathe. Is that correct?
This is, again, in the Zane Floyd case in execution. So I think in execution cases, this is my concern.
Does fentanyl cause pulmonary edemas in only people up for execution, or does it also have that risk for people in the hospital as well?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain.
What would be the distinction of why the fentanyl would react differently based on whether a person is in the hospital or being executed?
Well, I think that in this case, was a combination. It was midazolam and fentanyl, not just fentanyl alone. So it's the midazolam that actually might be the problem, and the kind of dosages, again, are given are more on the order of 500 milligrams that are given in execution, not 10 milligrams like that are given in this case.
You further have stated that from a pulmonary edema, the worst case scenario, of course, a person could die of this. And no matter what I do, they would now drown and die of oxygen deprivation and so on. Yes or no?
Objection.
In the context of the death penalty, yes, that's my concern.
A person could not die from a
Do you still
pulmonary...
want to maintain your objection?
It's been answered, so.
Well, I can strike it. Are you fine?
Yeah. We have a standing objection, Judge.
So is it your testimony that a pulmonary edema might be fatal to someone on death row, but it could not kill someone in a hospital?
Okay, that's a different question what you asked before.
If I can re-ask my last question, you stated about pulmonary edema, worst case scenario, of course, a person could die of this. And no matter what I do, they would now drown and die of oxygen deprivation and so on. Is that your former testimony?
It's painful to hear you say you know a lot. I'm sorry that I keep saying that thing. I'll try not to say you know so much. But with respect to your question, can people die of pulmonary edema? The answer is yes, they can.
Doctor, you've also previously testified about the effects of ketamine, correct?
In the Zane Floyd case.
And
Objection. Scope.
scope of what?
Well,
Cross-examination.
your argument earlier, I think it's what he's getting to. The report. I point sidebar.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's crack it open. I'm a little warm. Are you guys? I assume since David asked, you were.
Doctor, when you testified about the synergistic effect of fentanyl and midazolam, you only talked about the pain, if they could affect each other in like increasing the effectiveness. Is that correct?
Are we talking about Zane Floyd, or are we talking about this case now?
Your testimony here.
So I'm sorry, ask me your question again.
On direct, when you were asked about the synergistic effect between fentanyl and midazolam,
Yes,
you only talked about whether they would make each other more effective.
yes,
You would agree that there is also a synergistic effect between the two that increases the risk of respiratory depression, correct?
I would not agree to that.
Are you familiar with the Lexicomp guidelines on this issue?
Show me.
Am I allowed to show him?
I'd mark it and show it to him if it were me.
All right. It is marked as States Exhibit 26A already. Showing him States Exhibit 26A that was previously admitted. And I'm referring to this section right here.
Sorry, what is this from?
Lexicon.
I'm sorry, show me where again you're showing me. Let's see. I see, okay, so ask me your question.
Do you agree or disagree that concomitant use of narcotics and other CNS depressants may increase the risk of underventilation or apnea and may contribute to profound and prolonged drug effects?
I see that document says that.
Do you agree with that?
No, not really.
And Doctor, one of the last things I just want to ask you about, you are a member, one second. What were the ethics committees that you were a member of again?
I've been members of many hospital ethics committees, and I was a member of the ethics committee on the American Society of Anesthesiology and the Society of Critical Care Medicine.
I'm sorry, say that last one.
The Society of Critical Care Medicine.
And so you would be aware with the recommendations for end-of-life care in the intensive care unit from the ethics committee of the Society of Critical Care Medicine, is that correct?
If you something specific, you could just show me to remind me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We'll mark it as States Exhibit 56.
Okay, so what exactly are you asking me about this?
Are you familiar with this?
I'm familiar with that document.
And this is one of the organizations you are a member of, correct?
But I'm no longer on the ethics committee.
If the ethics committee stated that, as a general rule, the doses of medication that a patient has been receiving hourly should be increased by 2- or 3-fold and administered acutely before withdrawing ventilation, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Is that what are you reading directly from that document?
Yes.
I mean, I say that I'm no longer on the ethics committee of the Society of Critical Care Medicine because I think that we have differing views on certain sorts of things around the end of life.
So you would disagree with their views on the end-of-life care?
I would. We have to go through the whole document, but in terms of dosage, I might disagree with that.
If they had set forth as guidelines that the typical starting dose for an adult of IV fentanyl administration...
Judge, the witness has already stated he disagrees.
He said we'd have to go through piece by piece. I want to ask him about 2 pieces.
Finish up your questions.
If the ethics committee set forth in their guidelines that for palliative extubation end-of-life care, the starting dose of fentanyl for an adult should be 50 to 100 micrograms of fentanyl, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that other doses could be used. So I guess I would say I would disagree with that.
And if they recommended the typical starting dose in the same situation for midazolam would be 1 milligram, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would be surprised if it says that without making any mention about whether they were exposed or on either benzodiazepines or fentanyl. Is there a caveat in there that would inform that? Because if not, then of course that doesn't make any sense. It's poorly written if it doesn't have any of those other kind of provisions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sir, I want to start off with the statements that you made that you were asked about in the Floyd case.
Okay.
Where you make the statements of one of the possibilities, and in addition, one of the things that I might see in reference to the respiratory depression, and with certain persons, it's a possibility. Are these all qualified answers?
They are qualified answers, yes.
And the reason is the reason for that, or are one of the reasons for that is because everyone is different?
Objection leading.
I mean, I think that the problem here...
Hold on, we got an objection.
Is everyone different?
Everyone is different.
Okay. Can you explain why you qualified your answers in that way?
I think that the struggle with the death penalty is that it is not a medical act, and so it impersonates one poorly. And so my struggle has been trying to answer these sorts of questions about taking medicine that are intended for the purposes of caring for people, treating people, reducing their pain, and turning them around and using them to poison and to kill. And so I collide with this constantly and trying to figure out how to answer these sorts of questions like we've been struggling with here. That Zane Floyd is a person who is facing execution. And so my work in lethal injection has always been this collision of this struggle of trying to make sense of these drugs, in my hand medicine, in the state's hand poison, and whether or not, where is the common ground. So all of these kinds of questions that I'm asked in the context of the death penalty, none of that has anything to do with when I use these drugs in the context of being a physician in a hospital.
Is the clinical picture the same for a person who is sitting in a cell waiting execution versus someone who is in an ICU about to be terminally extubated?
No, I mean, there's no comparison. No comparison.
And is that another reason why you gave those qualifications in your answers?
Well, that was I was trying to explain that a person facing execution has many things, a mental state, that is hard to fathom. And so a person who is, otherwise well, and so now they're going to be put to death. And so I'm trying to make sense of what the protocol that is being created by various states that do this, and how it might affect a person as they die. And that's what I'm, trying to understand, and it's a difficult thing to understand.
Were you asked any questions on cross-examination about any of these 14 patients?
No.
Were you asked about the effects of any of these doses on the 14 patients.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, do you recall being asked about a hypothetical that involved a person being brain dead and organ donation, and you referenced the records, that you didn't see anything in the records about someone being brain dead or organ, or?
Yes,
Okay.
I didn't read anything anywhere that said that anyone said that any of the patients were brain dead.
Now, I'd like to show you Joint Exhibit 2, page 22. Do you see that this is the name?
Objection. Outside the scope. I didn't ask any questions about the medical records.
Sustained.
I just prefaced this issue and this record based on the hypothetical that she was asking, that he referenced medical records.
Your Honor, can we take it off the screen?
I sustained it. You can ask another question, you can rephrase it, but in the format it was, I sustained. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Now, you were asked a hypothetical about someone being brain dead and possible organ donation. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you, in fact, did not recall anyone as it relates to any one of these 14 patients
That's an
being
answer,
brain
Your
dead.
Honor.
I'm laying the foundation.
Finish your question.
You did not see any of these 14 patients, anything in the records about them being brain dead, correct?
I didn't see anything anywhere that said that any of the patients were brain dead.
I'll permit it.
Now, do you recall I'd like to publish this, Judge, based on the answers of the witness.
Objection,
Did you
Your
show
Honor.
it to her?
Yes, okay. May I approach?
You may. Why, did you show it to her?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you're
I'm not
objecting?
It's the same medical records, you just sustained the objection, Joe. It's beyond the scope.
I don't know what he has, so,
It's the medical record of Brian Hayes, Judge.
okay, then no, you can't show that. It's outside the scope. You alluded to that earlier in your exam.
She asked a specific question about, in a hypothetical form. I want to just show the actual record of that hypothetical.
Okay, well, no.
Okay. Hypothetically, sir, if there was one of the 14 patients that they were waiting to see, if doctors were waiting to see whether someone was brain dead, and it was actually documented that they were breathing over the vent, would that
Objection, Your Honor.
Finish your question.
would that hypothetically mean that they are not brain dead?
I'm objecting as to what's actually documented. That's not
Okay,
Hypothetical.
overruled.
If a person is breathing spontaneously, they are not over the ventilator. They are not brain dead.
And hypothetically, if one of these patients' families wanted to be an organ donor, but the fact that they were not brain dead, would that still allow them to qualify to be an organ donor?
If a person has to be dead to be an organ donor, so a person that is breathing spontaneously is not dead and therefore cannot be an organ donor.
Okay. Can a personal injury lawyer declare someone brain dead?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are they also a doctor?
Outside the scope, sustained.
Okay. When you give talks to families, you can control what you say, correct?
I can.
And can you be as thorough as...
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
I didn't finish the question.
Well, it's transitional, so go ahead.
Can you be as thorough as you feel you need to be?
I've been doing this for a long time, and so yes, I feel like I can communicate. Generally, it's not perfect. Sometimes you do everything, and you still can't make the connection.
Can you control whether a family understands you or hears you correctly?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I'll permit it.
I can't, I try to ask questions back to people. Like I might say, tell me back in your words what you think I heard. So I'm trying to kind of, in the conversation, determine, what people are saying, or what they're hearing. But certainly on occasion, I felt that I've been very clear, and it turns out later on that people had it, heard it differently.
Now, you mentioned that in your hospital, it takes 2 physicians to declare someone brain dead, correct?
Yes, I believe that's statutory, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
Are you?
Let's clean it up then
Sure.
because of his answer.
Yeah.
So let's.
That's a rule in my hospital.
That's the rule in your hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that's a common rule?
I think it's common in other jurisdictions.
And were you shown during cross-examination any policy at Mount Carmel as to how many doctors?
Sustained.
Were you asked?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of the policy at Mount Carmel as to whether it requires?
Sustained.
When
I said sustained.
during end-of-life care talks with families, if there are nurses present and you make a misstatement,
Objection. Beyond the scope.
I'm waiting for the rest of it.
this is part of,
No, well,
if you give a talk and there's a nurse present and you make a false statement to the family, would you expect that nurse to speak up?
Objection.
sustained.
In your training and experience, have nurses who were there at the bedside with you ever supplemented your talk?
Objection.
I'll permit that one.
Yes.
And do you find it their duty to supplement any of your talks?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about CCA and different code statuses. Are there different code statuses for different hospitals?
Yes.
Do they call it different things?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with how Mount Carmel labels their different code statuses?
Objection. Beyond the scope.
Can you read back the question?
I asked him if he was familiar with Mount Carmel. Their
Sustained.
policy. Okay. In reviewing the records of Mount Carmel, of the 14 patients in this case, did that help you in determining what their exact code, the way they label their codes?
I think that in this case, what was clear is that in every circumstance, the way that it was documented.
Objection. Non-responsive.
I think he's responding.
I think he's responsible. Let's go.
Go ahead.
In every case, the way the conversation was documented was that a conversation took place, the family agreed, and the plan was, the pursuit of a palliative excavation. That was in every case. And that's what was documented. So in no case did anyone, in any of these cases that I read, that anyone said, let's keep going. I didn't read that.
Objection. Non-responsive.
I'll let him finish. Go ahead.
I didn't read that in any case.
Okay. Now, one last thing, going back to the Floyd case. You took a deposition in that case as well, correct?
I gave a deposition.
Yes. Did you give a prior sworn statement, not at the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And in there, do you recall actually making the distinction with palliative care versus the questions you were being asked?
I'd have to look again to see what I wrote.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, while he's looking at that, we're going a little long. Anybody got anything that's pressing? I hope he's done soon.
I'm gonna wrap up real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hang in there then?
I see that.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that you in fact made a distinction?
Objection.
Finish the question.
Does that refresh your recollection that you in fact made a distinction between the execution scenario and palliative care?
Yes.
It's legal but permitted.
Now, the articles you were showing, and what was that distinction, sir?
The distinction between palliative care and execution?
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's no comparison. So I think in one situation, a person is being put to death because of a legal decision. In the other case, a person is being allowed to die naturally as a consequence of their coexisting illness, and they're being supplied with medication to try to ease the pain of dying.
Do you recall being shown a series of articles by the prosecutor on cross-examination?
Well, I was shown several different articles.
Okay.
Yes.
And were those articles having to do with executions?
Which article? I'm sorry. I don't think.
Sure. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 68.
Well, this is, of course, called execution in Nevada to use powerful opioid fentanyl, so that's certainly death,
Sustained.
execution.
Yeah, objection. I didn't show all of these articles to this court.
Well, I'm just showing them the one you showed. The article that was in CNN, that was in relation to execution, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe this article was shown either.
Sustained.
Okay.
I think there were just 3 of them.
Is that the Gorsuch?
Let
Okay,
me re-ask
relax for a
another
second,
question.
please.
I'm about to wrap up. Okay, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 63. Oh, those two. May I approach?
May.
Okay, yes.
Were they in reference to euthanasia?
They were in reference to euthanasia, yes.
What is euthanasia?
So euthanasia is the intentional killing of a person where the killing is done in as painless a way as possible. Ideally, completely painless is what it's intended to be.
And during cross-examination, did you testify that you are against euthanasia?
Yes,
Okay. Do you stand by that you were against a doctor intentionally killing someone?
I do.
And knowing that and having reviewed all the records in this case, you still chose to testify in this case pro bono?
I did.
I have no further questions.
Anything on the euthanasia?
Yes, Your Honor, but I need my exhibits back to find the one that I want. Oh, rest, Your Honor.
The rest? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, go home. Have a great evening, 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll see you then. All rise. Doctor, you can step down.
I'm sorry?
I told the doctor you could step down.
Okay.
Do you all want to have the next conversation in the back?
About what, Judge?
I don't think we need to.
Okay, I'm making a suggestion. Do you really want me to mention this now? Or do we
No,
want to
we'll go
talk
in the
about it in back?
We'll go in the back.
Okay.
Oh, you gave me a different one though too. That's what I was looking for. You gave me that lipstick one. That's what I was looking for.
I already took that.
Oh, okay. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, guys, so we got a 7 and a 7.